very pleasant good afternoon, everybody. You are looking live at Blue Valley Northwest High School Softball Stadium. We are just about ready for action this afternoon in day number 3, game number 5 and 6. Tonight, the Vibe will be the home team. They'll be taking on the New York Rise and the KC Diamonds in that order. The Rise will be at 5 o'clock. Diamond will be at 7:30. We're going to step aside just for a couple minutes, pay a couple bills. We'll be right back here on 810varsity.com. Pro Softball League.
My name is Bree McNally. I am actually a server downtown at Grunauer. Our 15-year-old son was in an automobile accident and he was taken by ambulance to Children's Mercy Hospital. So when I called Eric, he just, was upfront about everything, let me know what the process would be. So Eric was easy to communicate with. I could Facebook Messenger him, call the office, text him, and he was always super responsive and handled everything in a timely manner.
Get a shake with your points and some fries on the side with your points.
You get more with every order.
Woo! Get a Whataburger or a patty melt or some breakfast with the points.
You get more with every order.
Get a biscuit or a brownie, but no matter what you pick, you get more.
Like your favorite Whataburger or whatever, 'cause it all gets you more with Whataburger Rewards.
At Price Chopper, we're always chopping prices. Just like we're always making sure you get the best cut every time. For freshness, selection, and low prices, Kansas City knows. Price Chopper.
Dad, don't forget about my new cleats.
Sweetie, I can't make it to Dick's this week.
Have you heard of Dix.com?
Have I heard of Dix.com? Have I heard of Dix.com? Whoa.
Don't overthink it. Let's go shopping.
Actually, what I need are some cleats.
How about one of these?
Great.
Done. Anything else?
No, golf club? Not for me.
Yeah,
For a friend.
of course,
I'm
of
just
course.
anyone impressed with how fast that was?
Yeah,
I know. I went to
my
Dix.com.
cleats. Thank you. I love you.
Well, I went to Dix.com. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, I told you about that.
In the last years of the 1700s and until the early days of the Civil War, escaped slaves traveled southeast where they found a shallow and relaxing Manatee River. These Maroons would play a critical part in founding what is now known as Bradenton, Florida, named after Dr. Joseph Braden, a member of the Underground Railroad. That town would be among the first in Florida for the railroad to go through. Bradenton led to Tampa, Tampa led to Atlanta, Atlanta led to Nashville, and Nashville led to St. Louis, Missouri, home of the St. Louis Cardinals. In the early 1920s, met with winter's bitter snarl, the Cardinals decided to take the train to warmer climates to prepare for their upcoming season. They landed in Bradenton, Florida, and Major League Baseball's spring training was born. The orange juice maker Tropicana would also be founded in Bradenton, consumed by millions of baseball and softball players since its creation in 1947. Bradenton was also home to the greatest home run hitter in all of baseball, Hammerin' Hank Aaron, who faced off against one of the greatest, if not the greatest, softball players of all time. Connecticut's Joan Joyce, a 3-star athlete, a member of the WPGA, the Connecticut Basketball Hall of Fame, and as a professional softball player, she finished her career with a 753 win, 42 loss record and a .09 ERA. It was said that she threw faster than an Amtrak train, and, oh, by the way, in 1978, she struck out Hank Aaron along with Carl Yastrzemski and Ted Williams. So tonight, in the spirit of Dr. Joseph Bradenton, the St. Louis Cardinals and Joan Joyce, we welcome you to Blue Valley Northwest High School here in Overland Park, Kansas, where Bradenton, Florida's own Florida Vibe will host a doubleheader, first against the New York Rise and then against the Kansas City Diamonds. We welcome you to our 810 Varsity broadcast. I'm Chris Kamler, alongside Brendan Kanabe. Your thoughts?
Is that why you asked me to do lineups after this? Is
No,
just because
absolutely
you
not.
knew that I would be
Absolutely not.
so shell-shocked at your I had no idea where that was going the whole time.
Just
by
happy
the
to
way.
be here. Want to do what I can for the
I
team,
had
sir.
once you pivoted to the St. Louis Cardinals,
You,
I
you
lost.
thought we were coming in for a
I
landing, but no.
lost. I lost you about halfway through that,
That's
but
fine.
that was incredible.
That's no problem.
Wow.
We are going to have a good. This is night number 3. We have hit our stride, maybe, and we've got a couple of teams here that are certainly no strangers to each other. These two teams played last night. The Rise was victorious in a 4-0 victory, but these two teams have been playing each other for a couple of years now.
Yeah, this is a budding rivalry. We looked into some of their matchups previously, and obviously, as Chris mentioned, they took on each other in another episode of this, what is becoming an excellent rivalry in the sport. They won 4-0 yesterday, the New York Rise, over the Vibe, but the Vibe will be the home team tonight. We'll see if that makes any difference for how this one will play out. We'll give you the lineups. We'll start with the New York Rise, the visiting team on the scoreboard, and they'll be in white tonight. Leading off is Alex Brown, and she's been good, not in the leadoff spot. 3 runs, 3 for 5 with 3 singles and 3 walks. That's exactly what you want your leadoff hitter to do. Ashley Treeweiler, who's had a couple pretty big games, 2 for 4 with 2 doubles one day. Blampede playing second base in the 3-hole, and Courtney Day, who had the 2 big homers, is your designated player today, batting 4th. Lauren Lucas batting 5th, playing right. Jenna Laird, your shortstop, she led off in the 3 games the Rise have played in this tournament. Spade batting 7th at first base. Breadwell in the 8-hole at catcher, and Weddle and center will round out your lineup. Allie Light is in the circle today for the Rise. She had 4 relief innings, picked up a save, and gave up just 1 hit. Then we'll give you the defense for the Florida Vibe. Across the outfield, it's Canetto, Greenwood, and Roop. You're around the horn, Sarah Mosley, Jillian Sellis, Hannah Adams, and Taylor Pleasance. Pleasance, the only hitter in the lineup with more than 1 hit in their first 2 games. They've split. Elizabeth Hightower in the circle. She had a scoreless relief inning with a strikeout and a walk, and Frazier behind the dish for the second time.
We're going to throw it down to the field here in just a moment for starting lineups, introductions, and our national anthem here from Blue Valley Southwest. And Brennan, while we're waiting on this is a well-timed softball game. We will not start before it says on the sheet, so we got a couple of minutes to spare. These two teams obviously played a really, really good game last night. The Vibe sitting 1-1 on the tournament, winning 1 against the Diamonds, losing 1 to the Rise yesterday. They'll have 2 more games tonight, playing those 2 teams respectfully. The New York Rise undefeated so far this week, and they have done it not only with the bats but also in the circle.
Yeah, 24-1 runs scored to runs allowed.
That's pretty good.
Plus 23 run differential in 3 games. They beat the Diamonds in 5 and in 6. They beat them 11-0 on day 1, and yesterday 9-1. Also with that 4-0 victory over the Vibe. Yesterday they pitched really well, as we mentioned. Allie Light pitched in game 1 against the Diamonds and picked up a 4-inning save. Against the Vibe and picked up a 4-inning save. But this offense has just hit throughout. They have 3 hitters with multiple times they've reached. They have been the offensive darling so far of this tournament.
The Florida Vibe, led by Hall of Famer Dot Richardson, certainly on the Mount Rushmore of softball players and softball careers alongside Joan Joyce. And we've seen a lot of really nice play out of her Vibe. Very, very strong team. Kind of offense has been a little bit streaky, but their defense has been solid.
Yeah, they've definitely, all of their pitchers have really pitched to contact, and they've defended really well. I mean, to be 1-1 with a 4 runs allowed, 2 runs scored is a little, It's not quite what you would look for in 2 games, but the bats definitely need to get going tonight for them, and the couple changes in the lineup probably have them in a better spot. The top section of this order, Rachel Roop, Taylor Pleasance, and Jordan Rudley, really need to get the job done for this lineup. The bottom half of the lineup has just 3 hits.
Let's take it down to the field for starting lineups.
And the Florida Vibe. Let's meet the starting lineups for today's game. First, for the visiting team, New York Rise. Leading off, third baseman, number 25, Alex Brown. Batting second, left fielder, number 50, Ashley Treeweiler. Batting third, second baseman, number 26, Riley Blampede. Batting fourth, designated player, number 15, Courtney Day. Batting fifth, right fielder, number 28, Lauren Lucas. Batting sixth, shortstop, number 3, Jenna Laird. Batting seventh, first baseman, number 40, Carly Spade. Batting eighth, catcher, number 5, Ava Broadwell. Batting ninth, center fielder, number 6, Kayla Weddle. Pitching for the New York Rise, number 43, Allie Light. The New York Rise is led by head coach Michaela Transu, assisted by Tony Marie Valeriano. Let's meet the starting lineup for the home team, Florida Vibe. Leading off, left fielder, number 23, Kara Caneto. Batting second, right fielder, number 15, Rachel Root. Batting third, first baseman, number 17, Taylor Pleasance. Batting fourth, designated player, number 36, Jordan Rod Lee. Batting fifth, center fielder, number 7, Carmen Greenwood. Batting sixth, third baseman, number 33, Sarah Mosley. Batting seventh, catcher, number 20, Sierra Frazier. Batting eighth, shortstop, number 10, Jillian Solis. Batting ninth, second baseman, number 8, Hannah Adams. In the circle this afternoon for the Vibe, number 22, Elizabeth Hightower. Florida Vibes head coach Dot Richardson, assisted by Mike Scott and Bob Pinto. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you are able, please rise and face the flag for the playing of our national anthem.
Our national anthem from Blue Valley Northwest High School, and we are just about ready for first pitch here as the Vibe will be taking the field. They will be the home team for both of these games. The Rise were the home team yesterday, and the Diamonds were the home team on Wednesday. Weather, it is gorgeous and perfect. 80 degrees, 0 wind. You saw the flag during the anthem. And just enough overcast skies to drop the temperature about 3 or 4 degrees, which is exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah, this has absolutely probably been the best weather we've had so far this week.
Weather next week, Brennan, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Starting on the first day of summer, 90, 90, 90, and 90. And as we know here in the Midwest, 90 ain't just 90.
Yeah, it's about 103.
We'll defer to our Florida friends to tell us how 90 works, but 90 is going to be swampy 90.
Yeah, that actually might have been an advantage for the Vibe if it was 90 degrees today. They're playing out of Florida versus some New Yorkers, but everybody's kind of spread around the country on these groups.
In the circle for the Vibe, as we mentioned, Elizabeth Hightower. Behind the plate will be Sierra Frazier. And at the plate will be third baseman Alex Brown for the New York Rise. Just about ready to start here from Blue Valley Northwest. Thanks for joining us here on 810varsity.com.
Hightower getting her first start on the bump, or excuse me, in the circle. A scoreless inning of relief in the 2-0 win the Vibe had over the Diamonds.
First pitch is in there for strike number one. Jumping ahead in the count has been big all week long. The teams who have, and the pitchers who have seemed to be able to control the game the most have jumped ahead in the count and got that strike one.
And that's exactly what you have to do facing Alex Brown. She is 3 for 5 on the week with 3 runs scored, 3 singles, and 3 walks. Very patient hitter. Definitely not surprised to see her in the leadoff spot for the first time in the week.
It has been a very good offensive week for the Rise. As we mentioned, a plus 23 run differential. They've only allowed 1 run all week. Wednesday, 1 game, 2 games yesterday, and they'll have 1 more today.
Hightower looking to settle in the second time that she's had to step off.
And most of these players, you know, I would say on the baseball side, probably about 80% of fields, she gets the strikeout right there, 80% of fields have moved over to this sports turf. That's not the case in softball, where you're going to probably have a 50-50, maybe even 40-60 of the dirt infields. And so it does take a little while to get used to the rubberized substance under your feet, and that's what we're playing on today. This is Ashley Treeweiler, who tries to slap one down the first base line. Strike number 1. Treeweiler in game number 2 had a sac bunt. See what she can do right here. If you've been following along with our continuing coverage of Conegate, we have acquired a couple of traffic cones to help with traffic in front of our cameras. The only problem that I have noticed right here, didn't seem to stop anybody, but the only problem I have noticed right here is that cone is right directly in my line of sight. It could not be more in line with the plate and the pitcher's plate. Yes, it is hard to move around because we do not want you to move around it.
Right.
2-1 count. Treeweiler batting from the left side. This is ball 3.
Some people just don't care, man. And that's okay.
They need to get to their spots. I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm probably just as dumb when it comes to that stuff too. So that's fouled back. That'll fill up the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away here, just underway from Blue Valley Northwest High School. Thanks for joining us, folks. Wherever you might be, we've had Florida check in. We've had New York check in. Yesterday we had Virginia and California check in. If you happen to be watching us on YouTube, got the old computer screen up, send us a little chat. Tell us where you're from. Thanks for joining us. Chopped off the foot again.
We're play state bingo with people.
State bingo, yeah.
That's what we should have done. I should have prepped that.
Well, you know, you're not
Always
perfect,
next year.
I guess. So
Based on ticket sales, I'd hopefully say that we're going to do this again next year.
Yesterday we sold out. Over 1,200 tickets sold. We have about 2 hours ago they had just under 1,000 tickets sold today. That one is below the knees, and it'll be a one-out walk for Treeweiler, their first runner of the ball game. This will bring up Riley Blampede, the second baseman, with a runner at first.
Such patience out of the Rise. We've seen it all week. That's how you get the offense going. If you can get some free passes, you're going to start seeing strikes. It's going to stress the pitcher and stress the defense, and that's how you end up with a 24-1 run differential.
Blampede, who hit out of the 7-hole yesterday, is rewarded for a 2-for-3 night, moving up in the 3 spot. And she connects with a one-out single to put runners at the corners now. First pitch swinging, and that'll bring up Courtney Day. My goodness, what a week Courtney Day has had on game number 1 yesterday against the Vibe. Only 2 home runs, 3 for 3, 3 RBIs. It's not a bad day.
Yeah, not a bad day, especially when the offense scores 4 runs. That's
right.
75% of your run production on 2 swings.
We'll see if she remains hot here. Pitch down to second. They're going to go home with it, and they got her. The 3-6-3 put out, or the 2-6-2 put out on the stolen base. And a huge caught stealing right there, as that completely changes the dynamic of the inning. Now 2 outs and a 1-0 count for Day.
Yeah, and that's a great play by Solis at shortstop to cut that ball off. Immediately know you got to go to the plate. Good throw, get the tag down.
That one caught the inside corner. We've seen a big zone, a small zone. This one seems to be in the middle, but that inside corner is probably going to widen the eyes of Hightower. She loves that spot. The 1-1 missed outside. 2-1.
Got to be careful pitching in, though. You miss over the middle, and Day's going to take it for a ride over that left center field fence.
We also have a fiancé checking in on the chat. Lauren Lucas's fiancé, Sawyer Thornhill. Congratulations to you two.
She's on deck as well, so potential candidate to appear in this inning.
We can't get her to the plate here, and we will. We will see Lauren Lucas head to the plate after the second walk of the inning. But now with 2 outs and runners at first and second. So let's see what Lucas can come up with here. Lucas had a single in game 2 yesterday, had a double. Had a fielder's choice in game 1. That is a high fly drive, and it'll be picked up by the left fielder, Roop. Caught stealing was big in that inning. We will head to the bottom of the first, get our first chance at the Vibe at the plate. We'll be right back here on 810varsity.com.
Dad, don't forget about my new cleats.
Sweetie, I can't make it to Dick's this week.
Have you heard of Dix.com?
Have I heard of Dix.com? Have I heard of Dix.com? Whoa.
Don't overthink it. Let's go shopping.
Actually, what I need are some cleats.
How about one of these?
Great.
Done. Anything else?
No, golf club? Not for me.
Yeah,
For a friend.
of course,
I'm
of
just
course.
anyone impressed with how fast that was?
Yeah,
I know. I went to
my
Dix.com.
cleats. Thank you. I love you.
Well, I went to Dix.com. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, I told you about that.
Back inside Blue Valley Northwest, we'll get our first chance at the Florida Vibe. There's their lineup. Brendan, you want to take it away?
Yes, sir. Kara Canetto leading off. She's 0 for 6 on the week. Roop, who had the big home run that was the difference in the first matchup of the year, for the first win of the year for the Vibe over the Diamonds. Taylor Pleasant, the only hitter with more than 1 hit for this group on the week. She's 3 for 5. Rudd Lee, the designated player. She's caught a couple games. She's 1 for 6. Greenway playing center and batting 5th. She's 1 for 3. Sarah Mosley playing third base. She's 0 for 5, but has definitely flashed the leather a bit at the hot corner this week. Frazier in the 7-hole catching. Solis, who we saw make that great play at home plate in the previous inning, batting 8th, and Adams will round out the lineup playing 2nd.
Defensively for the Rise, Treeweiler, Weddle, and Lucas across the outfield. Brown, Laird, Blampede, and Spade left to right, third to first. Behind the plate is Breadwell, and in the circle, Allie Light. Light we've seen a couple of times already this week. And she'll be pitching to Kara Caneto for the Vibe. Caneto is due. She looks at strike number 1. Second pitch in, down just below the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Not a lot of change in this lineup that we've seen from the Vibe.
It's been pretty solid all week. Treeweiler has been, or I'm sorry, Roop has been in the 2-hole all week long. Caneto at the top.
Pleasant right behind her.
Dot Richardson, the head coach at Liberty, really relying on her 2 Liberty grads to lead off the order. That one is drilled to left and picked up nicely by the left fielder, Treeweiler. And that'll bring up Rachel Roop.
Big home run that was the lone scoring in the Vibes win over the Diamonds.
Yeah, the 2-run home run. They won 2-0. It's probably the best game that the Diamonds played. They played really well yesterday in their game against the Rise until they didn't.
Yeah, they played 5 innings of what felt like pretty perfect ball.
There's a nice pick to the right side off the hot corner. Brown up with it over to first for out number 2.
Yeah, we've seen some great play at that hot corner this week. Every primary third baseman, Alex and Ryan Brown. Mosley, man in the hot corner tonight as well. Really nothing in terms of errors from these infields. We've seen a couple suspect throws to first.
What are you talking about? That's just how you draw it up.
You got to bounce it over there a couple times. No problem. All that matters is you get the out.
2 outs, 1-0 count to Pleasance. She looks at ball number 2, jumps ahead in the count. 2-0. Delivery. Chopped out to center. And deep over from left field is Treeweiler. He's able to pull that one in for out number 3. A 1-2-3 quick inning for the Vibe. They'll head on out to the field now, and we'll step aside here for just a minute here on 810varsity.com.
Get a shake with your points and some fries on the side with your points.
You get more with every order.
Woo! Get a Whataburger or a patty melt or some breakfast with the point.
You get more with every order.
Get a biscuit or a brownie, but no matter what you pick, you get more.
Like your favorite Whataburger or whatever, 'cause it all gives you more with Whataburger Rewards.
I want to thank our friends at Evo Shield and Louisville Slugger. They've been debuting the Cryo Bat all week. A number of players have been hitting with that thing, and you can get more information at LouisvilleSlugger.com. That bat will be officially released here in a couple of weeks, but a lot of folks have had a chance to get their hands on it, swing it a little bit. It looks like a whole lot of technology went into those things.
Absolutely, and obviously a successful campaign the first time around if they're going to debut a second bat in 2 years. Plenty of girls swinging them tonight. I think every home run that's been hit in play has been with a Cryo Bat.
Like I said, back in 1983, Our version of the cryo bat was that we all just wanted the green bat because it had the least amount of rattles inside.
You had to hurt your hands the least.
It hurts your hands the least. It was still taped with electrical tape, but it was a tight roll.
Yeah, somebody's
And
dad did it. Jeremy didn't do it.
Yeah,
Jeremy's
exactly
dad
right.
did.
Yep. Top of 2. See the 6, 7, 8 hitters in Jenna Laird, Spade, and Breadwell. First pitch misses outside, 1-0. Couple of walks for the Rise in the first, also a single, but the big story of that inning was the caught stealing on the double steal attempt. Let him go in through second and then threw it back to home to retire Ashley Treeweiler. That really made the second out, and that really kind of took the wind out of the sails of the Rise. We'll see what they can do here in the second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that was the spot for that. You have one of your hottest hitters at the plate in Courtney Day. She's in a favorable count. Or no, this is the first pitch of the at-bat, but I'm not sure. Sending Treeweiler has the speed for it.
There's a leadoff walk. We'll see what they come up with here. I would take the opposite side of that coin. Both the games you've played with the Vibe, or you've played, a 4-0 game with the Vibe here. Runs are at a premium.
Mm-hmm.
If you could swipe that base, do it. Although they read that like a book.
Right. Swiping second is fine. I think she would have been safe either way at second.
Yeah.
And Treeweiler didn't get the greatest jump towards the plate.
Carly Spade down to second is Laird. That's the stolen base they were looking for. Swing and miss at the plate for Spade. So the swiped bag puts a runner in scoring position for the New York Rise after the leadoff walk. Nobody out here. Top second here from Blue Valley Northwest. Wind is started to blow just a little bit. It's probably 3-4 miles an hour. It is not a factor. It'll be blowing left to right on your screen. Certainly had much more wind yesterday and kind of a opposite wind on Wednesday. But, yeah, the windy day was yesterday. And, it dropped probably 10 degrees between first pitch and final pitch. So
another meeting of the minds at the mound. Hightower has missed on 6 consecutive pitches.
About 30 minutes east of here, they had a pretty decent rain shower over at Kauffman Stadium, delayed their game against the New York Yankees for about a half hour. It's popped up, and that will find the seats. And the scramble is upon us. Hightower v. Spade here at the plate. Top 2, runner at second.
Sounds
2-1
like
count.
1930s Supreme Court brief.
That one is slapped to the left side. It's going to get down. Heading around third, coming in to score is Laird, and a RBI double for Carly Spade. She just absolutely put the mashed potato into that one. And the Rise are on the board 1-0 here in the second inning.
Yeah, that was hit hard. Nothing the left fielder could do about it. Gets all the way back to the wall.
It was on the ground by the time she even had a chance to turn. So here's Ava Breadwell as the runners at second trade places, Laird and Spade. Breadwell, the catcher, she's out of the 8-hole tonight. She's caught a lot of innings this week.
Been good defensively as well.
Swung on and missed. Ball in the dirt. Had her chasing.
That was not a pretty swing. Breadwell probably wishes she could have that one back.
Breadwell falls in the count 0-2. Ball in the dirt. Now a throw down to third. Good throw, caught her. That was an absolute picture-perfect placement for that throw. The glove, all the glove had to do was just drop right there. And that is the second caught stealing of the day for the Vibe.
Just throw it at the corner of that bag. The third baseman doesn't have to do much work. It's a good play by Mosley still to get the tag applied.
Whoops. That's me hitting buttons. Don't mind me. We have about half the technology that we started out with Wednesday. No, we had big dreams. But we think we're giving you the basics, and that is good enough here. Swung on and missed by Breadwell, and now there's 2 outs in the inning. Strikeout number 2 for Elizabeth Hightower. I'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Kayla Weddle.
That's twice now that a potential base running error leads to an inning maybe not coming to total fruition for this Rise group.
That has popped up on the infield. Underneath it is the shortstop, Celis. And the side is retired. Again, another caught stealing, but the run is on the board thanks to the RBI double by Carly Spade. We'll step aside here for just a minute. We'll be back here on 810varsity.com.
My name is Bree McNally. I am actually a server downtown at Grunauer. Our 15-year-old son was in an automobile accident and he was taken by ambulance to Children's Mercy Hospital. So when I called Eric, he just, was upfront about everything, let me know what the process would be. So Eric was easy to communicate with. I could Facebook Messenger him, call the office, text him, and he was always super responsive and handled everything in a timely manner.
Big shout out to Rip It for their incredible support and for outfitting the KC Diamonds with top-of-the-line footwear. Appreciate helping our athletes play their best. And again, thank you to Rip It, one of our sponsors. It takes a cast of almost thousands to bring thousands here. We mentioned it all week. This is part of a celebration of softball here in the metro area, as over 7,000 participants in a huge, massive softball tournament are here in town. Many of them have graced us here in the stands. We've had capacity crowds every night. 1,000 people on Wednesday, 1,200 yesterday, over 1,000 here tonight.
Yeah, I would almost argue that we have filled out a little bit more than we had yesterday at this point.
Earlier arriving crowd for sure on the Friday.
This might be the best day for them.
We'll see the 4, 5, 6 hitters for the Vibe. Sorry,
wouldn't
Mr.
be shocked.
Kanabe. Didn't mean to step on you there. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last, but we'll see Jordan Rudd-Lee, the designated player, in the cleanup spot here for the Vibe, trying to get that run back that they gave up in the top of the frame. Bottom of 2. Rudd-Lee at the plate. That one caught the bottom corner of the zone in there for a strike.
Pretty efficient so far for Allie Light. She's throwing strikes, getting ahead in counts. All you can ask for from your starter.
Missed outside.
Good frame job there by Breadwell as the catcher. Made that one look like much more of a strike than it was.
The 1-1 on the way from Light. Ground ball left side. Past the 2-time Olympic gold champion Dot Richardson, patrolling third base down there. Third coach's box. Hit the game-winning home run in the 1996 gold medal game in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, we've spoke at length about how Dot Richardson had a much better 1996 than Chris did.
Yeah. A lot of people have had a lot better years than I have in the last little bit. Ground ball to the right side, Blampy to Spade. That is out number 1. You're scoring along at home, and why wouldn't you be? That is 4-3 on your scorecard. Hitting from the left side now, Carmen Greenwood. We've been calling her Cameron all week because we are idiots. Carmen Greenwood at the plate. It's fouled back, 0-1. Greenwood did not play in game number 2 yesterday. I'm sorry, in game number 1. She did play. She was 1 for 3 with a bunt single. Your scorecard is much neater than mine. Mine is a disaster.
Yeah, mine will gradually become a disaster.
I have a lot of WWs in mine. That is to the right side. Up with it. They're going to call her safe. Good energy out of the box and an infield single for Greenwood. They got one on with one out here for the number 6 batter, Sarah Mosley.
Yeah, Blampede at second just maybe thought she had a little bit more time right there.
So here's Sarah Mosley. We'll see if there's anything doing at second base. They're going to try to send that runner, get that runner in scoring position for Mosley. She does go, but it's fouled off to the left side. And you see Mosley now kind of making eye contact with Greenwood. Try to get a signal of maybe if this is a hit and run, a run and hit, or you're just stealing on your own. Pitch misses low, 1-0, 1-1 rather. See if the runner has anything doing at second. Does go down. And the throw is not in time. Now she's going to try to steal third. Throw is also not in time. So 2. Well, certainly a stolen base, and we'll see if they call that an error on the advance to third. I would think so. They do call an error. It will be on the catcher. So a stolen base and an E2 puts Greenwood at third. And a 2-3-1 count for Mosley at the plate. It's chopped foul.
That's heads-up base running right there.
It really was. I mean, she's going to know her speed best, and she saw the amount of distance that the ball traveled away from the second baseman and was like, yeah, I can make that. She did.
Yeah, the offense has not been going so far for the Vibe, but the most experienced team that has likely spent the longest time together is trying to manufacture a run right now.
First strikeout of the night for Light is out number 2 of the inning. So Frazier, last best chance to score that runner in from third. This is one of the few times the Vibe have had a runner at third all week.
Second start for Frazier. She's 1 for 3.
Ground ball left side, foul. Yeah, it's like Richardson just has a target.
They were trying to hit her yesterday.
Yeah, you got pretty close, too.
If you're Light, just trying to stay ahead of the count here. It's where you're most comfortable.
The 0-1. Try to catch that inside corner, just a little too far inside. Evens count 1-1.
That's a good pitch there. Professional level hitter take by Sierra Frazier.
As we mentioned, the Rise and the Vibe are professional teams. They are made of all graduated softball players out of D1 colleges. The Kansas City Diamonds we'll see in the 7:30 game are amateurs, mostly juniors and seniors. There's a couple of sophomores on that team as well. This is more of a 3-game exhibition for all 3 of these teams. A 2-1 on the way. Caught the outside corner. Nice pitch. Nice placement. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Deuces on the board with a runner at third. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And you get a chance, you get an idea that this moment coming up may be a big one for the course of the game.
Yeah, an early circle your scorecard moment here.
Chopped foul. We'll do it again. 2-2. Runner at third. Slapped up through the middle. And it'll be an RBI single for Frazier as she scores Greenwood. And we are tied.
That's how you manufacture a run right there. 2 hits on the inning. One of them is an infield single. Stolen base in an air, and you knock that run in.
That is a runner you did not want to strand. Pop fly deep, and back, gone! A home run on the first pitch, swinging Jillian Sellis. It'll be a 2-run home run. And that one was a no-doubter. If you can hear the crowd groan after the ball struck the bat, you knew that one had a chance, and that one was smoked.
Yeah, that was gone off the bat. Jillian Sellis has been the difference today.
And how big is that error and stolen base that extended the opportunity, and Frazier was able to hit in Greenwood with the single, keep that inning going. You get caught stealing there, the whole thing is moot.
Yeah, not only a caught stealing, but if you can make that out at first in the first place.
This is Hannah Adams at the plate, playing second base today. Stares at a couple of balls, 2-0.
Light's in a spot where she can't let this inning truly get away from her here with 2 outs.
That one's right down the pipe. Adams was looking outside corner, and that one cut right through the heart of the plate, 2-1.
Yeah, it had a little bit of a late break to it, too. Kind of broke towards the inside of the plate.
2-1 pitch on the way. Missed outside. Good frame job, but could not sell it. Breadwell with a Salvi-style frame up. And count is 3-1. Pop fly, that one is playable. Out to center, Weddle is under it. And the inning is over, but not before. The Florida Vibes score 3 runs. All 3 were earned on 3 hits, 1 error, and nobody left. We head to the top of the third, rather. You are watching continuing coverage of the Pro Series softball round robin here from Blue Valley Northwest Softball Complex. Let's give you a chance to talk about, let's tell you about Prime. Prime has been our hydration provider all week. Want to thank them for keeping our athletes hydrated all weekend long. We appreciate your support and commitment to fueling performance both on and off the field. Thanks to the folks at Prime. And hydration hasn't been as big of a problem as it would be next weekend when the temperatures soar into the 90s, but Prime has done a great job of keeping us fluidized. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left, or actually 1 error and 1 left for the Rise, and 3 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left for the Vibe. There we go. Found the right button for the errors. What a weekend we're about to head into with all these softball players here in town. Many of them are here tonight. We're at another capacity crowd. They brought in extra bleachers. They have bleachers all the way back up. You see those right up there. Those are temporary bleachers they brought in just for the week. I was talking to the Blue Valley Northwest administrator, And I said, man, it's probably been a hassle for you. He says, no, actually, it's pretty cool when we get to see all these people out here having fun. It's just what it's all about.
Yeah, and those people are compensated for standing here all day. So
yeah,
I'm sure, and I'm sure since it's the summer, they're probably making time and a half.
Well, hey, I don't get in all those union rules. That's on you. Swung on and missed. This is Alex Brown, who struck out in the first. She is got an even count right now, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Still hitting 500 on the week.
1-1, chopped foul. Falls down in the count now, 1-2.
Hightower so far has really attacked the zone well. Does have 3 walks, so the command has been a little iffy.
This is the largest lead the Vibe has had all week, at least early.
Yeah. The most runs they've scored in a game.
The 2-2 on the way. Swung on and missed. Took a little spice off of that one. Got her to chase. Out number 1. Strikeout number 2. Strikeout number 3 actually for Hightower. And it's strikeout number 2 for Brown. Treeweiler at the plate. She walked and was stranded at third in the first inning. Ground ball right side.
Got a little too extended on that one. Unable to barrel it, just pulls it up the first base side foul.
This is low, squeaks past the glove of Frazier. 1 ball, 1 strike. One on the way. Tried to slap it. 2 balls and a strike.
One thing about Treeweiler is we're always going to see a 5 or 6 pitch at bat when she's
Yeah.
at the dish.
Very, very smart batter. That one is slapped to right, and what a catch out in right field by Roop. Extra base saving catch by Rachel Roop. My goodness, what a play out and right. Reached up and tugged that one out of the sky.
Yeah, absolutely saved 2, probably 3 bases on that one.
Now to the plate, Riley Blampede, who singled in the first. Pitch misses inside, 1-0. The Vibe faithful wanted that strike call. Had to go opposite side of the plate. That one falls down, 2-0. So yeah, definitely for Hightower, struggling with the control a little bit through 3 innings, but you know, she's still her defense is picking her up with caught stealings and that amazing play out and right. So they're really picking her up right now.
Yeah, and when
Popped
she's been
foul.
able to get ahead in the count, she's been just fine. It's really when she doesn't get a first pitch strike that sometimes she kind of tries to do too much with pitch number 2, so on and so forth.
2 balls and a strike, 2 outs here, top of 3. Missed inside, 3-1 now. And ball 4, that one skips back to the screen, but no threat of an extra base. But Blampede will be on with a 2-out walk. Courtney Day, who walked in the first, will be up now.
Yeah, didn't want to see her in this inning if you didn't have to. At least there's 2 down, you know. You can still attack here.
Day with a ridiculous day yesterday. 3 for 3 in game number 2 with 2 homers, 3 runs scored. Missed out. Oh, that caught the corner on the outside. Strike 1. Hightower's got to love that call. The 0-1. Got her to chase it. Hit it off the end of that cryo bat.
That's a smart pitch by Hightower there. You get the called strike on the outside part of the plate.
Go to it again.
Yeah, go to it again. Change of speed even. Day knows that that's might be a strike.
Inside, runner goes, and the throw is going to be high, so it'll be a stolen base. Moves Blampede into scoring position. That was a good time to run.
Yeah.
Because if you get out, then Day leads off the next inning.
And she's in a 2-strike count.
Yeah. Ball misses outside. Now you got to come back and get her, though. 3-2 the count. It's not been an all-star day for the scoreboard operator so far. It's all right. We got our own.
It happens.
Well, you know what, Brennan? You were wrong.
Yeah.
It was 2-2.
Now it's 3-2.
Now it's 3. I mean, it was going to be 3-2. We knew it.
Yeah.
My apologies to
I
the
have the
scoreboard
script
operator and her entire
pulled up.
family. Swung on and missed. Got her to chase that one out of the zone. And a huge strikeout by Elizabeth Hightower. Her third of the game, or her fourth of the game, rather. And a huge third out as her defense picked her up. She also notched a couple of Ks. We head to the bottom of the third. The Florida Vibe in control of this one, 3-1, here on 810varsity.com.
At Price Chopper, we're always chopping prices. Just like we're always making sure you get the best cut every time. For freshness, selection, and low prices, Kansas City knows. Price Chopper.
Got a new pitcher in the circle for the Rise. That will be Lauren Krings.
Yep, Lauren Krings. They're flipping the script on their first game where Krings was the starter against the Diamonds and Light came in relief. Only 34 pitches through those 3 innings for Light.
You want to back us up 1 inning? Maybe I can do that. Hang on.
I can.
Why did it go to its 4th? Weird. Okay. Technology. We love it.
No kidding.
She was a skater, boys. That's the later boy. There was a conversation, I don't know if you were here or not to hear that before the game, that the playlist so far, you're not going to hear that on YouTube. We're going to scrub all that out. But the playlist so far this week has been just nails. They've been playing a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, it's been Allie's music. She's been on fire this week.
Allie, we're going to need to get a copy of Allie's playlist.
We are 6 feet from the iPad, so
I'm going to put you in charge of acquiring that for future announcing opportunities. Bottom of 3, and easy put out from Blampede to Spade gets Adams. And Rachel Roop now at the plate. She flied out in the first. Sorry, that was Canetto, and now Roop.
Krings picked up the win in her first start through 3 innings of scoreless ball.
One run, or both teams scored in the second. 1 run for the Rise, 3 for the Vibe. Swung on and missed.
And all 3 scored with 2 outs. Big homer by Solis.
Huge homer.
Yeah, it was a monster shot.
That was a good off-speed pitch. In there for a strike, 1 and 2.
That's so good. Bredwell didn't even catch it.
Nope.
That means it's definitely a strike for the umpire to call a strike on a ball that
Yeah,
the catcher does
ball
not
the
catch.
catcher, yeah, it's a no-doubter. The 1-2 on the way. Pitches misses low. 2-2. Dos and dos. Chop to the left side. That is going to be off of the foot of Roop. Again, I want to thank everybody tuning in here on YouTube, YouTube Live, 810varsity.com, wherever you might be consuming this content. I'm Chris Kamler. He is Brennan Kanabe. I think we can both say now veteran broadcasters.
Yeah, veteran duo. This is year
This is only my second
5?
game
Yeah.
of my life. Pitch misses high. This is my 14th year doing this. Can you believe that?
That's not real.
No, it's not. And a couple of them have actually been pretty good games by me. Taylor Pleasant's at the plate. She flied out to left field her last at-bat. Now she's got a runner at first, 1 away. Time is called. Well, that white balance on this silly camera is just a mess.
You're doing all right.
Very bright day here.
It
It's
is,
the sun's fault. That's what happens when you buy all your technology on Amazon. You get what you pay for. One oh the count to Pleasance. Kring's in the circle. It's her first inning of work. After Light went 2 innings, giving up 3 runs. And this is outside 2-0. Gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, all earned with a K, and she didn't walk anybody.
That one is drilled.
Absolutely smoked and gone. Off to right center. A 2-run shot for Taylor Pleasance. The second 2-run ding-dong of the game for the Vibe. That also was a no-doubter.
Ball was hit very hard.
Oppo Field, too. Now Jordan Rudd-Lee, the DP, grounded out to second, her first at-bat. It's now a 5-1 ball game.
Yeah, the Rise offense, or excuse me, the Vibe offense has come alive here.
Vibe really liking that first base dugout.
Yeah.
They're in the shade over there, so that's probably it. I guess both teams are in the shade, so what do I know?
Yeah, it is a dugout after all.
Ground ball shortstop. It was a good pickup by Spade. Dig that one out of the rubber pellets. And there are 2 outs. So back-to-back ground outs for Rudd-Lee. This will bring up Carmen Greenwood. Ground ball past a diving first baseman. Good
day for Carmen Greenwood.
Back-to-back singles. That's a 2-out single. Bring up Mosley, who struck out in the second. Sky to right and deep. It's going to be off the wall. This will be extra bases. They're going to make a play into second, now play into home. And they got her. What a throw from right field by Lucas to Breadwell to nail Greenwood at the plate. So that'll be 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors and 1 left on base. We will head to the top of the 4th. It is now 5-1, Florida Vibe.
Fourth inning of work for Elizabeth Hightower. She toes the slab with a 4-run cushion. The offense has backed her up to the tune of 5 runs on 6 hits. Throwdown means we are just about underway. Lauren Lucas, Gina Laird, and Carly Spade due up for the Rise.
Brittany, you got the list of our umpires for Game 1. Just want to note that there's a mechanical transition from the first base umpire. He has to come all the way down to home to make that play at the plate, because the home plate umpire will go up to third. And that was done textbook.
Good notice as first pitch is put in play. The throw onto first is in time. And Adams records the first out of the inning. Lucas falls to 0 for 2. Jenna Laird now. She has scored the Rise's lone run today on a walk to lead off the second inning.
And it may or may not be due to the Laird family sitting right in front of us. So watch what you say.
Got a walk, and Stoll scored on a double. Now she's in an early 2-0 count. Hightower can feel the Laird family's beating eyes. That one is taken just a little high and tight. Count is 3-0. 1 out. Rise looking to cut into this now 4-run cushion. And that one is taken for an outside strike. Looks like the take sign may have been on there for Jenna Laird. She has led off the Rise's first 3 games. One of the lone lineup changes. And she will swing and poke this 3-1 pitch back to the screen. Count runs full. Three-two pitch, swung on and driven into shallow right field. Camped underneath it is Roop for out number 2.
Roop is having an absolute day out in right.
Yeah, that one was much easier than
Right.
some of the plays we've
True.
seen out of her today. And now Carly Spade up to the dish. She's got an RBI double, but was caught stealing at third.
And let's not diminish the throw that Lucas had to end the bottom of the third. That's where you put your person with a little bit of speed and your strongest arm.
Yeah.
Is in right field for plays exactly like that.
That was a good relay. And also good on the infield to know that the runner is sticking at second and the throw is to the plate. You've got a chance to make a play. Hightower falls behind in the count to Spade, 2-0 again. Was able to battle back to retire Laird in the last at-bat. This one is swung on and rolled over and fielded in foul territory. The throw is wide of the mark. Mosley fielded it with her right foot in foul territory. The home plate umpire, Ken Rice, calls the ball foul. 2-1 count. This one is low. Nobody's on, so as the ball trickles through the legs of the catcher, Frazier, we run to 3-1. Pitch here with 2 outs, top 4. Swung on, ahead of it is Spade, and the count runs full.
Sun's starting to peek out a little bit. Over to our right side. Gotten past the high heat of the day.
Yeah, that sun may start to be a factor for some of the defenders in the field. Got a few more hours of sunlight left. Three-two pitch. This one is swung on and pulled foul.
Good at bat work in here by Spade.
Yeah. Just got to time one up. Even when the Rise are not scoring effectively, which is not something we've seen very often out of them, they still work great at bats. And here,
there you go.
Yeah, Carly Spade will work a 2-out walk. That brings Breadwell to the dish. Breadwell is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. 5th walk of the day for the pitcher Hightower. She has 4 strikeouts. Has kind of battled a lingering command issue. We've had a couple visits to the mound. This now the 4th time that the catcher has came out.
We are playing with a modified NCAA rule set. The umpire is marking down that this was a trip, but in an actual NCAA game, you would be limited to X number of trips. He's not signaling any trip here, so it'll be pretty much close to unlimited. She is all around the zone.
Yeah, she's pitched to every quadrant of the zone as now the count runs to 2-0, falling behind for the 3rd consecutive count. Got Lucas out pretty quick on the ground out, but then 3 consecutive counts where we've gotten to a full count. Now 3-0.
This is the first time I've actually looked at the pitch counter all week, and she's putting up a lot of pitches too. That was pitch number 70.
3-0 is taken inside, and that's another 2-out walk back-to-back for Hightower. Now there's runners on first and second with 2 down.
And I think that might do it.
Yeah, would not be shocked, and Richardson will come out and make a pitching change. No indication of who is coming in yet, and now we've got someone on in the circle, and it's Emily Kirby-Nagel. Kirby-Nagel got the save in the Vibes 2-0 victory over the Diamonds. Had an inning pitched, hit by pitch, 1 hit and 1 strikeout. And she'll take over here in a 4-run game, but with runners on first and second. A little bit of a threat, moderate leverage here. We'll step away for just a moment here on 8-10 Varsity.
Get a shake with your points and some fries on the side with your points.
You get more with every order.
Woo! Get a Whataburger or a patty melt or some breakfast with the points.
You get more with every order.
Get a biscuit or a brownie, but no matter what you pick, you get more.
Like your favorite Whataburger or whatever, 'cause it all gives you more with Whataburger rewards.
I'll close the book on Hightower. 3. Won't close the book. We'll leave it slightly ajar, but through 3 2/3 innings, only allowed 1 hit, but 5 walks and 4 Ks.
And 2 of those 5 walks are your runners on first and second, Spade on second, Breadwell on first. Kirby-Nagel will look to extinguish the threat with 2 outs. First pitch taken outside for a ball. Kayla Weddle popped out to the shortstop to end the second inning, where the Rise picked up their first run. The 1-0. Taken outside, and Weddle ahead in the count, 2-0.
Another reason for Richardson to pull the plug there on Hightower is, this is the first lead she's had really of substance against the Rise all week. Wants to hold on to that as much as possible.
100%. 2-0 count. This one taken up and in, and now Kirby-Nagel is just 1 ball away from loading the bases here with 2 outs. Lucas and Laird, who led off the inning, grounded out and flew out. So we had 2 quick outs, and now back-to-back walks in danger of a third. And that one is a strike. Weddle will pivot.
I think she tried to sell that one a little bit.
Yeah, tried to sell it.
That was
and
pretty
now
right
you're
down
in a
the chute.
Yeah, now you're in a spot where you got to hope that Ken Rice doesn't think you're showing him up a little bit there. "3-1 pitch. Swung on, roped up the middle, and it's through for a base hit. That'll score a run. Runners will hold after just taking a base, but another one across, this time with 2 outs here for the Rise.
Good 2-out rally there. Doubles the score for the Rise.
Yeah, that's a big spot for Kayla Weddle. She picks up her first hit of the day. Charge that run to Hightower as this one misses up and away for ball 1. Kirby-Nagel now needing to attack the zone a little bit and get out of this inning still with the lead intact. The tying run is aboard in Kayla Weddle. Or excuse me, scoreboard's wrong, is it not? 1 run scored on that.
Yeah, it's there you go. They fixed it.
This one is taken outside for ball 2. Tying run at the plate, and Alex Brown. Brown is a Golden Sombrero candidate here in the 4th inning. She's 0 for 2 with 2 Ks. That one taken outside, and the count now 3-0. Kirby Nagel struggling so far, just 2 strikes on 8 pitches, and one of them was a single. Poked up the middle, score run for the Rise. 3-0 pitch on the way. And that one a strike. Still a hitter's count. Brown likely had the take sign on there. She'll look to Transu at third base and step back in the box. 3-1 pitch on the way. And that one taken for a strike, and the count runs full. So now with the tying run at the plate, 2 on, 2 out in the top of the 4th, a full count. Kirby Nagel to Brown, a lefty on lefty. Fires, swung on, up the middle, nearly hits the runner. Throw on to first is in time. Good patience there by Solis, and the threat is mostly averted. They score 1 run on 1 hit. They leave 2 more on base, and we head to the bottom of the 4th. Rise cutting into the lead, still trailing 2-5. We welcome you back inside, bottom of the 4th, in the 4th inning of work, or excuse me, the 2nd inning of work for Lauren Krings, who came in the 3rd. She gives up 2 runs on Pleasant's home run, but strands 2. Her first full inning, or excuse me, her 2nd full inning coming up. Sierra Frazier to lead off for the Vibe. They still lead 5-2 as the Hall of Famer Richardson will trot over to third, and double play is in the building. Nugent
bringing the crowd to their feet here.
Yeah, no kidding. Always got surprises.
Oh, there you go. Everybody wants the free stuff. We do have some breaking news on the Nugent front, don't we?
Yeah, we
Brendan?
do. We discovered in the pregame that as this one is popped into center, back on it at the track, and gone. Sierra Frazier. The bottom half of this Vibe lineup is having themselves a day. Frazier with one that just kept on going to straightaway center field, and the Vibe leads 6-2.
And I think if you had the wind from the last 2 days, that ball does not get out, but that thing just kept carrying higher and higher and Squeaked over the yellow line on that 10-foot fence.
Yeah, I'm sure that Kayla Weddle in center was not certain that that ball was going to get out. And now Jillian Solis to the dish. She also has a home run tonight. How about going after the first pitch?
Yeah, not bad.
Back to our breaking news on the Nugent front.
Yes.
Sophia Nugent is not related to Ted Nugent, unfortunately.
Thank you for that information.
This one waved on and missed, even the count at 1.
Scoreboard's incorrect. It is 6-2. Our board is correct, but
this one is
released off to
flipped
the right
over up
side.
the first base line.
What did he just announce?
That Krings is pitching, but she pitched the last inning.
Yeah. Okay.
We just need to ignore anything coming from our left.
Apparently.
This one is waved on and missed,
That
and
was some high cheese right
Yeah.
there.
Krings comes back with a strikeout. That's her first of the night. First pitch of the at-bat, check swing, appeal down to first, and she went. Adams flew out to end the 3-run second inning. 1 for 7 now on the week. This one is rolled over foul and played by Caneto on deck. Quickly 0-2.
It's that left fielder's hands.
Yeah, right. And Chris, I don't know about you, but when I see cones in public,
No.
I usually don't step over them, but to each their own. 1 and 2 count. Krings to Adams, and that one is just an excuse me, stay alive swing, but it's fouled up that third base line. That is called too close to take right there. Krings looking for back-to-back Ks. 1-2 is in the dirt. Count evens at 2. This one is poked to the shortstop. Be a tough play on to first, and got her in time. A good throw by Laird. Is just able to eke out Adams at first. And there are 2 down. Third time through the order now. Kara Caneto is 0 for 2. This one is chopped to third. A good play by Brown. Needs a quick throw and got her on time. Leadoff home run, but other than that, 3 up, 3 down for Lauren Krings, and we head to the top of the 5th. Vibe now in front, 2-6.
We head to the top of the 5. Top of the 5? Top of the 5th. I can talk. Big giant orange cone. Top 5. 6-2 is the score. Scoreboard has it 7-3. That is not right. 6-2 is what we've got in our scorebooks. Ashley Treeweiler will lead off for the Rise. Rise held to 2 runs on just 2 hits so far today. They've stranded 5.
I hate to sound like a broken record, but we have literally the biggest traffic cone that I think you can buy.
Well, at least it's better today than on Wednesday when we had that's where our camera was. And
yeah.
So people were just walking in front of the camera. It's all right. We're just trying to bring the softball to the people.
Without random people's foreheads.
Yeah.
Win some, you lose some.
First pitch was in there for a strike. Second pitch also in there for a strike. Treeweiler trying to lose a little slap. And staring at 0-2. Fouled back. That was a save me swing there. Treeweiler on the night. 0 for 1. Fly out and a walk.
Chris, I'm going to actually give the scoreboard folks a little bit of credit here. The scoreboard is not doing math correctly right now.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's on our folks behind us.
It was. Trust me. When it said 7-3, there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
It's correct now.
No, it is not.
Well, no, it's not. Look at that. All right, well, our board's correct.
Yes.
What you folks watching at home, all 97 of you right now, are getting a treat.
That is double plays feet you see in the bottom of your
sure
screen.
Is. 1-2 on the way. Inside. Strike 3, got her. That was some cheese at the knees right there. For out number 1, Treeweiler 0 for 2 on the day. And that'll be the 5th strikeout. No, I'm sorry.
First
strikeout, thank you.
Or excuse me, first for Smith-Nagel.
Pitch in there for a strike. She is filling up the zone.
Kirby Nagel, rather, excuse me.
Lampiot at the plate, 1 for 1 on the day with a walk and a single and a stolen base. Almost got a hold of double play on that foul ball. Watch yourself there, dog. You got to watch yourself.
Yeah, right near where the sun doesn't shine, too.
I'm telling you what. Showed what she thought about that. That's your own mascot,
yeah, that's your
kid.
home mascot.
That's your own mascot. Don't let her do you dirty like that, double play. Ooh, and you hit my mascot, I'm going to hit you. Isn't that the tat for tat or something? I don't know. So a 1-out base runner. Bring up Courtney Day. She's been relatively quiet today. Had a strikeout in the 3rd and walked in the 1st.
Getting that 3 true outcome percentage up. There is a score in this softball game is all that matters.
Yep. Pitch on the outside corner, 0-1.
You and I have it under control is the important thing in all this.
Let's not be too optimistic there. We are 1 foul ball away from this whole thing falling down. Ball in the dirt, and that will be a stolen base. As Frazier almost had a handle on it, but down without a throw.
Third stolen base on the day for Blampede.
See if they keep her rolling. Good pitch, still a little high. Had her almost, no, they did call it a strike.
Yeah, I think it hit the bat.
Oh, well, then that would be a foul ball, foul tip then. That's how these things work. See Eddie go and compliment us, and now the wheels are starting to fall off.
I could hear it.
The 1-2 pitch on the way. I have this giant traffic cone in front of me. I'm not sure what I'm seeing right now. Evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at second, 1 away. We are in the top of the fifth. That's what we are.
One thing that is a little different today than yesterday. First of all, we do have quite a few fans, as that one is taken for strike 3.
Second backwards K. Second strikeout for Nagel.
But there is a little bit less folks out in the outfield today, and that is because the sun is beating
down.
right on them.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a couple people try to file into the aisles here behind home plate.
2 outs, runner at second. See if they can try to push that run across for the Rise. Pitch misses outside by Nagel. The 1-0 on the way. Missing high. 2 balls, no strikes.
The Rise have been hard to put away today.
Had a lot of 2-out rallies.
Yeah.
A 2-0. Swung on and missed. It was a nice fastball. Lucas couldn't catch up with that one.
Yeah, it's right by you.
A 2-1. This is low. 3 balls and a strike. So now you've got Nagel with a little bit more work to do here to close this inning out. Keep a donut up on the board.
Yeah, not quite comfortable yet.
Rise scored 1 in the second, 1 in the third, but have stranded runners in 3 of their 4 innings so far. Now the count fills up. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at second. And the 3-2 on the way to Lauren Lucas. That outstanding throw to home. That's ball 4. So first walk issued by Nagel. We'll put 2 on, 2 out for Sammy Williams. This will be a pinch hitter. Change that here in the thing here in a second. Pitch misses low.
That one taken low. And a 2-0 count. And Frazier will come out and talk to her pitcher. And Chris, as a man of his word, will flip you over on our little scorebug there.
I sure hope that I can.
Well, you've done it successfully because I'm looking at it.
Oh, there we go.
With my own 2 eyes.
And we're going to have a problem coming up because we got 2 number 8s. So 2-0 on the way. Smacked right side. Underneath it is Roop. And the side is retired. Kept quiet, stranded a couple of runners. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 left. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Vibe will be at bat, nursing a 4-run lead. A big shout out to our sponsor, Smoothie King. Smoothie King's been powering us all week. Delicious, refreshing smoothies. Your support helps keep our athletes and fans energized all day long. Get the Mango Fest when you go down there. That is amazing. Mango Fest, medium Mango Fest, add strawberries, add protein, a wheat shot, and a shot of energy in that thing. That thing will power you all day long. Get that. Used to, on my way to work, I would go up north. I would go to that one off 64th Street, and I would fire that bad boy off, drink it on the way to work. Man, I was good all day. I was good all day. That is a tasty, tasty treat.
Now you just sit in your pajamas until like 12:30.
Well, that's now.
Yeah.
That's when I'm working from home. So
what a life change there.
Bottom 5, Vibe in control. This one 6-2.
Shanice Delsey into pitch, or Dels rather. We've seen her a few times this week, has been efficient both as a starter and in relief. She's in to face Roop, Pleasant, and Rudd Lee.
Leading off the bottom of the 5th inning for the 4-5, right fielder Rachel Roop.
First pitch from Dels to Roop on the way. And it's a beautiful off-speed pitch taken for strike 1.
Number 29, Shanice Dels.
This one is lined in just under the glove at short of Sammy Williams. First defensive opportunity for Williams. And it's a leadoff base hit for Rachel Roop.
Yeah, it was just off to the throw side. Didn't get down quite far enough, and it will issue a hit.
Speaking of hits, Pleasance in her last at-bat took one for a ride. 2-run homer.
One of 3 Rise players to hit home runs today: Sierra Frazier, Jillian Sellis, and Pleasance.
Three consecutive innings with a home run. Second, third, and fourth.
2-1 on the way. Now Pleasance will step out. We'll do it again. The 2-1 outside, 3-1. So the Vibe, who have just been able to kind of get runners on all day. Now the chance here. That is driven well to center, but underneath. No, that is gone. Up over the outstretched glove of Weddle, and it is the second home run of the day for Pleasance. A 2-run shot to deep center field. That could not have been more lined up. Direct with center, and back-to-back home runs for Pleasance. She's 2 for 3 on the night with 3 RBIs.
And that was very similar to the Sierra Francis homer that we saw, that it just kept going.
Yeah, she looked like she had it camped under her. Chopped off the foot. of Jordan Rudd-Lee. She's 0 for 2 on the night.
Taylor Pleasance is 5 for 8 this week.
Is that good?
2 home runs, 3 singles, 3 RBI.
Evens the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 on the way. That's laced foul off to the left side.
Yeah, if she was just a little bit more on time with that, this would be a 9-2 game.
Sure would. Reminded me of the Ryan Brown foul ball from yesterday.
Yeah.
She's absolutely turned on it. 1-2. That one is deep to left field, but at the wall. Able to pull that one in is Treeweiler. That one looked like it was drifting as well, although it went not a ton of wind, maybe 5-mile-an-hour wind out of left, but it did go into the wind, probably kept it in the ballpark.
Yeah, just a little bit too far underneath it for Rudd-Lee, but still hard contact. And Dels, for probably just a moment, thought this is not happening right now.
There's a bunt. And it's going to be an infield bunt, a nice one. Had Brown back, even with the bag, she had to charge in, and by the time she picked that one up, it was over.
Greenwood getting her second start of the week. She is 3 for 3 with 3 singles. Has scored a run.
3 hits in this one. This could be 2. And they turn it. Pitcher's best friend, the 6-4-3, gets her out of the inning, but not before the Vibes score 2 more. 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors and nobody left. We head to the top of the 6th. Rise have some work to do. They trail 8-2.
My name is Bree McNally. I am actually a server downtown at Grunauer. Our 15-year-old son was in an automobile accident and he was taken by ambulance to Children's Mercy Hospital. So when I called Eric, he just, was upfront about everything, let me know what the process would be. So Eric was easy to communicate with. I could Facebook Messenger him, call the office, text him, and he was always super responsive and handled everything in a timely manner.
2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, and 7 left for the Rise. 8 runs, 8 hits, no errors, and 2 left for the Vibe. Easily the best offensive performance we've seen for the Vibe today. They've also been doing it with the glove out in right field and all over. That is still Nagel in the circle for the Vibe. And she will see the 7, 8, 9 batters in Spade, Breadwell, and Weddle. Assuming there are no pinch hitters here.
Nugent is in for Breadwell at catcher, so.
Sorry, thank you. Still no relation.
Yeah, we can only hope now.
Yeah.
We're all related in the eyes of God.
Motor City Rocker in the on-deck circle. So leading off will be Carly Spade. She's 0 for 1 with an RBI, a walk and a run scored. Drove in a run in the second.
She's 1 for 1.
Yep, sure is. I can't read my own handwriting, so there you go. That was driven right up the middle. She's 2 for 2. So leadoff single now as the Rise try to chip into this lead. Bring up Nugent. Sophia Nugent, her first at-bat of the night. Top 6. Rise have some work to do. Chop to center. And that one is picked up. for out number 1. First pitch swinging. Nugent is out on the F8. Now this is Kayla Weddle, who had an RBI single in the 4th inning. She's 1 for 2.
That really felt, after Weddle's single was when it felt like the Rise were the most in this game. That long 2-out rally that Brown, who is on deck, grounded out to end in the 4th.
Yeah, and we've seen them with such offensive firepower so far this week. You thought, well, maybe they can string a few more together, but credit the Vibe for ending that rally with no more harm than just a run in the 2nd, run in the 3rd.
Yeah, it's been a pretty efficient relief appearance for Kirby Nagel. Has given up just 2 hits, has a walk and a hit by pitch, but has not allowed a run.
2-0 pitch misses inside, 3-0. Double play, work in the room. He's been the biggest contributor of the week so far.
Yeah, no kidding.
A 3-0 pitch here. Right down the heart of it, 3-1.
Now we'll probably see Weddle swing away here.
The 3-1 on the way. That one is past ball, ball 4. Everybody will move up 60 feet. So that's Spade at 2nd, Weddle at 1st, Brown now at the plate. She's 0 for 3 with a couple of Ks. Now we have a timeout. Dot Richardson will come out, and she will change pitchers. And our new pitcher is going to be Jordan Johnson.
I like it. You don't want Kirby Nagel to face the top of the order again in relief. Turn to Jordan Johnson.
So 1 2/3 for Nagel. Two Ks, 2 walks. And 1 hit. Still pretty good outing.
Yeah.
But now with 2 on, we've seen Dot Richardson now a couple of times in the middle of a Rise rally switch pitchers. And she wants to come out of this one with a W.
Jordan Johnson making her 2nd appearance against the Rise this week. 2 1/3 innings pitched, an earned run, 2 hits, and 2 strikeouts in that game. She was the most efficient pitcher in that first matchup.
We actually got to talk to her during game 1 on Wednesday while her team was playing, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Perks of being a pitcher. You don't always have to be on it.
So now at the plate, Alex Brown. Shows bunt, pulls it back, but looks at strike number 1.
Defense looks ready for it.
You're going to have a wheel play down at 3rd, try to get the lead runner, so the shortstop will actually go to her right and to cover 3rd if Mosley has to come in and crash. Oh, it's fouled back, almost get double play again, almost did. Double play, and then that little girl. So, they rethink that situation. Pitch misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes now.
Just keep that in frame in case we get an
case
email
there's a
from
lawsuit,
somebody's
yeah.
insurance. Yeah.
And these folks in front of us are handing out Sonic and didn't bring us any. I don't
That's not
see why
cool.
that's cool. Laced to the left side. That'll score at least 1. Actually play at the plate. Safe. Spade gets around the tag somehow. That was a great tag.
Yeah. Good throw as well.
By Frazier, but a great slide by Spade. So it's an RBI single. Runner advances to second on the throw. And now you're going to have, I'm sorry, runner is at first. So you're going to have Weddle at second, Brown at first on the RBI single. So it's an 8-3 ball game, and that's what you got to do. Big deficit, just chip away. Still only one out in the inning. This is Treeweiler. Strikeout, a fly out, and a walk.
Still have a little bit of a cushion. This happened to Kirby Nagel, too. She gave up a single in her first at-bat, but after that was pretty locked down.
Just outside. And we have seen some very professional at-bats from Treeweiler tonight. She's ahead in the count, 2-0. The 2-0 on the way. Looked pretty good. That was a good take.
The most delayed.
Very delayed appeal down to third. So 3-0 now. And Johnson in jeopardy. Giving up a single and then a walk to put her first two batters on base. Misses high. It'll be ball four. So bases full of Rise right now. 1 run in already on 2 hits. Riley Blampede, who is 1 for 1 with a walk and a hit by pitch. She's been stranded all 3 times she has reached the couple of stolen bases tonight. She stands in. Could be a big moment in this ball game. Cut into that 5-run deficit right there. That's in there for a strike at the letters. Blampede, I am sure, has been looking at those balls carrying out to center and left.
No kidding.
And would love to plunk one over there. Very, very generous strike call on the outside corner. 0-2.
I'm throwing that same exact pitch again.
1,000%. The 0-2 on the way from Johnson. Skied here on the infield. Underneath it is Pleasance. Can of corn infield fly. That is out number 2. So that, a little bit of wind out of the sails, but now you've got Courtney Day, who already has a couple of home runs this week, who has been an offensive contributor. She's sitting on a couple of Ks as well today with a walk.
Big at bat.
Missing high, 1-0. Even though your bases are loaded, you absolutely know who Day is, and you're going to pitch her very carefully because a 4-run deficit is way different than a 1-run deficit. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Fouled back, 1 ball, 1 strike.
If you're Johnson here, your goal is to just keep the tying run on deck. Don't let it get to the plate at any point here.
Yeah. Missing low. Pretty sure that's the spot she was aiming to hit. And 2-1 the count. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, bases full of New Yorkers. I'm walking here. Fouled off the knob of the bat. That is going to be a foul ball. It's going to be a 2-2 count.
It's a good call.
Yep.
Did not sound like
nope,
flesh.
That sounded like a cryo bat is what that sounded like.
Sounded like I was off the knob.
The 2-2. Deuce is on the board. 3 base runners on. Missing high, 3-2. If the inning were to be extended, Lauren Lucas stands in the on-deck circle. She's 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. Big pitch right here. Inside out swing, fouls it off. That is a professional swing to keep that at bat alive.
That ball was in the catcher's glove when she started her swing, and she still somehow got a piece of it up the first baseline.
Yep. So runners will be moving here, 3-2, 2 away. Big swing by Day could make this a ball game. Foul back. Count remains full. Almost hit our
Watch out,
home
Ken.
plate umpire. We got mascots getting hit. We got umpires getting hit. You get hit. You get hit.
Double play looks like he's about to run and jump onto the field.
Right. He's got a lot of energy. He's hot.
In that suit.
Here comes the 3-2. On the way to Day. Sky to left, and it is gone! A grand slam for Courtney Day. A no-doubter to left field, and it is a one-run ball game.
Life comes quick.
Yeah, it does. My goodness, what a shot. Well, that changes the complexity of the entire game as you got a now 8-7 ball game.
Yeah, that went from a game that felt out of reach.
Is no longer out of reach.
Yeah,
It is one swing away from being tied. And you can't fault Johnson. That's just, it was a good pitch. Just caught a little too much of the plate.
Yeah, no kidding.
And Day's eyes lit up and knocked that one over to Sonic.
That was a no-doubter.
A grand slam for Courtney Day makes it a one-run ball game. Now there's a ground ball. And that one will be in for out number 3, but it is a 5-run inning for the Rise. 5 runs on 3 hits, including a grand slam by Courtney Day. None left. We will head to the bottom of the 6th rather. 8-7, 4-5. Well, Brendan, now we got ourselves a ball game. 8-7 the score. Vibe would love to get a couple of insurance runs because that 7th inning looks to be kind of hairy.
Yeah, no kidding. And the Rise have done most of everything tonight with 2 outs. And what a change of scenery it is for Shanice Dels, who came into this game thinking that she was just going to get some work in a potential blowout. And all of a sudden, she could be in line for a win.
Yeah. She will see the bottom of the order. Frazier, Sellis, and Adams. Frazier, who has caught the entire game. Say hello to Nugent. Standing there for first pitch. Swatted foul to the left side.
Good game for Frazier. She is 2 for 2 with a single and a home run. She scored twice. She finds herself in an 0-1 count. That one is taken low, thought about it, but unable to pull the trigger. We're in a 1-1 count. One pitch. taken on the outside half of the plate for strike number 2, and Dels ahead in the count 1-2 to Frazier. The 1-2. Swung on and ripped foul. Oh, look at you. You fixed it.
Again, let's not call our shot here just yet.
Try it again on the 1-2. Swung on and roped into left and just foul. Frazier got all of that one again, but just a little out in front. And all of a sudden, we got a brand new ball game here in the bottom of the 6th. This one is taken low, evens the count at 2-2. Dels will step off and reset. In the top of the 7th, it is Laird, Spade, and Breadwell. Or Williams, Spade, and Breadwell. As that one is taken outside to fill the count up at 3-2. The Vibe would love some insurance here.
Honestly, they're going to need some insurance. I'm just saying it now.
Yeah, I mean, after the pretty much, we'll call it like it is, the bottom fell out, it felt like, in the top of this inning.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have very much of the momentum, but you can try to get some back here.
Well, a good start to it as a leadoff walk. 1 on, nobody out for Solis. Solis with a homer, 2-run home run, and a strikeout today. Hitting from the left side.
An Oppo Taco shot.
Yep. That is popped up to second base. And Hannah Adams, who's 0 for 2 today, will step in, playing second base today. Adams' job here is to move that runner along.
Yeah, no kidding.
Showing bunt, pulling back, ball 1.
Frazier's your catcher, so you want her in the game. But also needs some speed on the base pass. This one taken outside, or nope, taken for a strike on the outside corner. Count runs even at 1-1. Time called.
Chirping? No. Might have been some chirping. That one caught the outside. The first one caught the outside. That second one absolutely caught the outside.
More of a strike than the first pitch.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Now 1 away. Runner at first. Vibe clinging to a 1-run lead. Ground ball could be 2, 6, 4, and that's just the lead runner. So a fielder's choice for Adams. She'll trade places with Frazier at first. And Kara Caneto, who's 0 for 3, outstanding on offense, but has been held quiet today. Let's see what she can do. That one is low. Ball 1.
Caneto is 0 for 9 over the course of this week.
She could not get out of Overland Park fast enough.
She is also incredibly due, if you want to look at it like that.
With a swing like that, that definitely had the power behind it, just fell back behind her. The 1-1 on the way. Missed outside, 2 balls and a strike. Dels gave up a couple of hits when she came in. 3 hits last inning, 1 home run. And is trying to keep this one within punching distance.
Caneto might see something she likes here.
The 3-1. Slap left side. Now they'll fill the count 3-2. Runner will be moving.
It's a good pitch. Dels trying to steal that outside strike like she has all week.
Yeah. And here comes the full count delivery. Missed high, ball 4. Kind of wait, make sure it's not a late call, but that'll put 2 on now with 2 out. Rachel Roop, a dangerous, dangerous hitter at the plate. She jacked a 2-run home run early Wednesday in game number 1. And she can go yard easily. And that is deep. And gone! A 3-run home run for Rachel Roop. If you speak it, it will happen. And she went yard. Just curled inside the foul pole. So a huge 3-run home run, the second given up by Dels. Changes the complexity of the game again. 11-7 the score.
Yeah, that's some good insurance right there.
And where we had only seen homers for the most part during the home run derby on Wednesday, we are getting our money's worth tonight. 4 homers for the Vibe. 1 grand slam for the Rise.
Yeah, there's been more home runs hit in maybe the
than
last
all the
20
other games.
minutes.
Yeah, all the games combined. This is Taylor Pleasance, who has 2 home runs on the night, resulting in 3 of those runs on the board you see. 11-7. Missing outside. Now 3-0.
Yeah, Pleasance may have been able to come to the dish without a bat in this at-bat and might have still seen first base.
Missing high, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk now to Pleasance. We'd say carefully pitched around. About as intentional of an unintentional walk as you can get.
Yeah, no kidding.
Jordan Rudd Lee, who's 0 for 3 tonight, also due, stands in with 2 outs. Ball in the dirt, nice save by Nugent to keep Pleasance at bay at first base.
Rudley hit one about a gazillion feet foul in her at bat in the 5th.
And that is laced down the left field line, foul.
Brown almost got a mitt on it there.
So good battle going on here at the plate between Rudd Lee and Dels. 1-1 pitch on the way. Ground ball left side. And a good pick out of the dirt for out number 3. And that will end the rally, but not before the Vibe put 3 more on the board thanks to a 3-run home run by Rachel Roop. And we head to the bottom of the 7th, 11-7. Here the Vibe are in front. 7 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors, and 7 left for the Rise. 11 runs, 9 hits, no errors, and 3 left for the Vibe. And the Rise are down to their final 3 outs. But they put up a crooked number in the 6th, plating 5 runs thanks to the home run barrage, the grand slam by Courtney Day, her 3rd of the series.
That was with 2 outs. They've scored 6 of their 7 today with 2 down. Their 3rd 5-run inning.
Oh, that's the Billy stuff.
Or the Alex Gordon stuff.
Jordan stuff. It's the Billy Butler Bowl over at Kauffman Stadium. The A's taking on the Royals. We'll see Billy in his coaching capacity here in just a few minutes at the bottom of the hour, as his Kansas City Diamonds will take on the Florida Vibe. Big week for Billy. Monica Abbott has a baby on Monday. Hey, Billy, we're going to need you to coach 3rd base for us. Fill out the lineup card. Get these girls some runs. This is Sammy Williams at the plate. Williams came in an inning ago. This is her first at-bat.
Second at-bat.
Second at-bat. Thank you. And now she's going to walk. So a leadoff walk certainly doesn't make things any easier for the Vibe. Ever closer to that tying run reaching the plate. Still with a 4-run cushion, a lot different than a 1-run cushion, which is the way the 6th ended. And this is Carly Spade. Scored 2 runs tonight, has a single and a walk. Whiffs at that one, 0-1. Catcher Sophia Nugent stands in the on-deck circle. And the goal here for the Rise is just to get on base any way you can.
Yeah,
I think they're going to be very patient at the plate.
Yeah, this is going to be a scrappy effort to get back in this one, down 4 with 3 outs to play with.
This has been our longest game of the week, but easily our most entertaining game.
Yeah, these 2 teams played to a 4-0 game yesterday. We've gotten pretty much the opposite of that one.
Yeah, we're chewing on 18 runs in this game and might not be done. Little high cheese swung at and missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Just couldn't lay off that one. It looked good, and then it just kept rising.
There have been more home runs in this game than there were runs in their first meeting.
Pitch misses low.
Good stop by Frazier as well.
It'll be 2-2. Yeah, Frazier and Nugent and Breadwell have all played outstanding behind the dish.
Oh, and here he comes.
Double play. Trying to rally the New York faithful of about 2 days ago. Pitch misses high, 3-2. Jordan Johnson with a couple of words for our home plate umpire. Thought that one caught the corner. The 3-2 on the way. Lace to left field, that'll get down. And halting at second will be Williams. But back-to-back runners reach, a walk and a single now for Spade. And now the tying run is in the on-deck circle. And at the plate, Sophia Nugent, who's 0 for 1 with a flyout. The plot thickens. 11-7 the score. That one is looped into center field. And around third, coming in to score. And the throw is offline. It'll be an RBI single for Nugent. And now that tying run will be at the plate. It was a smart base running by Sammy Williams, getting all the way around third. And she had green in her eyes. She wasn't going to stop for anything.
Yeah, I don't think Greenwood really thought she was going to go. Kind of came up not ready to throw in center.
So a big fly here ties the game. Kayla Weddle at the plate. She's 1 for 2 with a walk and a single and an RBI.
She was on third when Day went yard last inning.
That one is laced to right field, and that's going to get foul. Just past the outstretched glove of Pleasance.
Yeah, Pleasance put everything she had into trying to lay out for that one.
And it is a 1-1 count. Still no outs in this top of the 7th. Breeze starting to flow out of left field. The 1-1 on the inside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike. This is also the best uniform matchup we've had all week. The Rise in their dark knickers and light tops. The teal trim. Pitch misses outside. Now 3-1. And the vibe with this kit I absolutely love. It's got a lot of color going on. I love the red pants. High socks. Everybody's wearing high socks. Gotta love it. Now a 3-1 pitch. She's got to deliver. Right down the heart. It could be 2. 6-4. 2-3. Not going to connect. She was safe anyway, but Pleasance couldn't get the handle on it. So a fielder's choice for Weddle. We'll put runners at the corners, and the tying run still at the plate. Only 1 away. Alex Brown, 1 for 4 with a single and an RBI. She's got 2 strikeouts. That was in the first and the third. See if they try to take second, they will. They'll throw down. Throw is not in time. They did not have that dipsy-do play on and try to score the runner from third, and that was a straight steal. So now both runners in scoring position could make it a 1-run ball game. Get something in the outfield.
Yeah, I like that call to just steal second there.
Yeah, you're down 3. You don't need 1 run. You need 3 runs.
Right. But you also nullify the double play by swiping that bag.
100%. You had to get down to second no matter what. So 1-1 the count, 1 away, 2 on. Runners at second and third with Alex Brown at the plate. Brown, the delivery. That one is looped to shallow right field. It's going to be 1 run will score. All 3 of the hits for the Rise in this inning have not traveled more than 100 feet.
Yeah.
And yet, they've scored 2. They have the go-ahead run at the plate right now. It's an RBI single for Brown, scoring Spade. Weddle moves down to third. Runners now at the corners. This is going to be an opportunity for Brown to try to swipe second. Treeweiler, who is 0 for 2, but she's got 2 walks and a run scored. Now Dot Richards is going to go out and to talk to her pitcher. Not certain this would be a pitching change. She's going to go out and try to talk to the girls and tell them, say, hey, we've all been this before. Make an out. 2 outs, we win. That run at third doesn't mean anything. It's the run at first. Runner at first and the runner at the plate. So runners at the corners. Al 11-9. The Rise have scored in the second, 1 in the second, 1 in the 3rd, 5 in the 6th, and now 2 in the 7th. And the Vibe scored 3 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th, or 4th rather, 2 in the 5th, and 3 in the 6th. Say that 5 times fast. And now Double Play has upended himself below our camera bay. Pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. Maybe AI can get this stat for me. I would love to know the percentage of pitches that are a strike after a coach's visit to the
probably a number
to the circle. I would think it would be really, really high.
First pitch strike percentage after a mound visit.
After a mound visit. 1 ball, 1 strike here, 1 out. Runners at the corners. They represent, the runner at first represents the tying run. At the plate is Treeweiler. She does take off. That's a nice snag by the first baseman. It'll score a run, but they get the lead runner. And now that changes the complexity of the inning significantly. So Treeweiler hits into a fielder's choice. It'll be 3-6 on the putout of Brown. She will get credited with an RBI. But there are 2 outs now. Weddle in the score. And it is a 1-run ball game, but also the Rise are down to their final out. Riley Blampede at the plate. She's first pitch swinging. Chops that one foul. On the night for Blampede, she's 1 for 2 with a walk, a hit by pitch. She's reached 3 times, got 2 stolen bases. She's also popped out to the pitcher. Down on the count, 0-1. Misses high, 1-1. Johnson has really danced a tightrope out there, but again, they've used their defense when they've had to. And they're looking for their defense to pick them up one more time. The 1-1. Missing high. Just lost the handle on that one. 2 balls and a strike.
She's got a very herky-jerky motion.
Two outs, runner at first. Tying runner at first. Catches the outside corner. An absolutely picture-painted pitch by Johnson. And the Rise are down to their final strike. Deuces on the board, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner at first. Payoff pitch here. Slapped foul. We'll do it again.
Blampede has one job right here, and that's to
extend this inning. In any way
get
she
on
can.
base.
Yeah. 2-2-2 on the board, 1 on base. The 2-2 on the way from Johnson. She'll call time. She wants to go talk to Frazier. Frazier has called an outstanding game. He's also been doing it with the glove as well behind the plate. Big pitch on the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tying runner at first. Go ahead runner at the plate. Riley Blampede awaits the delivery from Johnson. The 2-2. Missing low. Looking at a back pick. Did not get it. But now that runner will be moving. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. It all comes down to this.
Going to get something to hit here.
The 3-2. Slap to the left side, fair. And that is going to be an infield single. She had no chance to make that play, but saving extra bases is Mosley on the dive to the left, or to her right side. Saves that runner from going to third. So that is a huge defensive play. But now the go-ahead run is at first. Tying run is at second. And Courtney Day, who hit the granny last inning, is at the plate. The drama overfloweth in this one. Runners at first and second. And you got to pitch Day incredibly carefully here. but also try not to put her on. You want to figure out how that's going to happen?
Yeah, this is a tough spot. I honestly probably am throwing 4 in the other batter's box, and
it looks like
kind of looks like
oh,
what
they
they're
got the
gonna do.
call. That's fine. Throw that again. 1-1. 2 outs.
Now chirping from the Rise dugout.
Yeah. You want to tell me these are exhibition games? These are not.
Yeah.
these kids are out there playing for it. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 on, 2 out. Courtney Day at the plate. Could not catch that outside corner, and now deuces remain on the board. 3-1 the count. The 3-1 pitch on the way from Johnson. Missing low, ball 4. And that, you're right. That
right
run
spot.
doesn't mean as much. You still got to get 3 defensive outs. But if Day scores, that's not, you want to stop that runner at third, stop that runner at first.
Well, and here's the other situation, is now with Lauren Lucas at the dish, it's a tag a bag and the game's over. You have 4 force outs.
Yeah. So Lucas 0 for 3 with a walk. Fouls that one off, 0-1.
The 9th hitter to come to the plate in this inning.
Didn't catch it. 1-1, Johnson. Little side eye towards the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bases full of New Yorkers. They trail by 1. They've trailed by as many as 6 in this one. Now they've pulled it to 1-run deficit. The 2-1 pitch on the way. This called strike on the inside corner. 2-2. Lucas going to check on that. So, yeah, that's about as inside as you're going to get. But you're going to need to turn on it next time you see it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
That was a strike in the last at-bat,
It was,
too, for what it's worth.
The 2-2. Nice professional swing there, keeping the at-bat alive. That's about a 50-50 ball. It's maybe a little high, but you can't take that chance with 2 strikes.
And right after you just took a pitch that you didn't think was a strike.
Exactly. So the count remains 2-2. Popped up. Shallow center field. And in on it is Greenwood, and that is the ball game. What a performance by both of these teams. Your final score, 11-10. The Vibe outlast the Rise to take and split the series between these 2 teams this week, each winning 1. What an incredible ball game. That was fun. That was 2 professional teams doing 2 professional team things, man. That was a hoot.
Yeah, that'll get your heart rate up a little bit there. A little bit of heart exercise for us today. They bat around almost 3 consecutive innings. And the New York Rise, nearly a Herculean come-from-behind effort. But they fall just short in this one to the Vibe. And that's a good start if you're going to play a doubleheader, but maybe would have liked to have it just a little bit easier.
The winner will be Hightower. The loser will be Light, our 2 starting pitchers. As here are the totals. 10 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors, and here's your big stat. 10 left on base in this ball game, or 10-10 rather. For the Vibe, 11 runs on 10 hits, no errors, and 3 left. We're going to reset things. We were scheduled to start game number 2 at 7:30. That will not happen. We'll be back on the network here in about 20 minutes with starting lineups for the Florida Vibe versus the Kansas City Diamonds. Thank you so much for joining us here on A10varsity.com. We're going to go get some mac and cheese, and we'll be back with game number 2. As you have just watched the Vibe outlast the Rise 11-10 here on A10varsity.com.
My name is Bree McNally. I am actually a server downtown at Grunauer. Our 15-year-old son was in an automobile accident and he was taken by ambulance to Children's Mercy Hospital. So when I called Eric, he just, was upfront about everything, let me know what the process would be. So Eric was easy to communicate with. I could Facebook Messenger him, call the office, text him, and he was always super responsive and handled everything in a timely manner.
Dad, don't forget about my new cleats.
Sweetie, I can't make it to Dick's this week.
Have you heard of Dix.com?
Have I heard of Dix.com? Have I heard of Dix.com? Whoa.
Don't overthink it. Let's go shopping.
Actually, what I need are some cleats.
How about one of these?
Great.
Done. Anything else?
No, golf club? Not
Yep.
for me.
Yeah,
To a friend.
of course,
I'm
of
just
course.
anyone impressed with how fast that was?
Yeah,
I know. I went to
my
Dick's.
cleats. Thank you. I love you.
Well, I went to Dix.com. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, I told you about that.
At Price Chopper, we're always chopping prices. Just like we're always making sure you get the best cut every time. For freshness, selection, and low prices, Kansas City knows. Price Chopper.
Get a shake with your points and some fries on the side with your points.
You get more with every order.
Get a Whataburger or a patty melt or some breakfast with the point.
You get more with every order.
Get a biscuit or a brownie, but no matter what you pick, you get more.
Like your favorite Whataburger or whatever, cause it all gives you more with Whataburger rewards.
You are looking live at Blue Valley Northwest Stadium in the softball field for game number 6 of our 3-day celebration of softball. It also happens to be World Softball Day, just as we planned it. My name's Chris Kamler. His name is Brennan Kanabe. And have we caught our breath yet from game number 1 today?
Yeah, just slightly. I think the Chick-fil-A little
Didn't
gapper
hurt.
there
Didn't hurt.
Definitely would have helped, but hopefully the Florida Vibe are still feeling good after playing a gauntlet of a game that almost got away from them there. They led us by as much as 6. At one point it was 8-2, and then in the course of 1 inning, that lead shrunk to just a run. The Diamonds are looking to play the Vibe close once again. There was a 2-0 game to start our 3-day series here, but the Diamonds are still looking to get more than 1 run on the board. So it'll be an interesting night. Picked a good game for a nightcap.
Yeah, the Vibe are the home team. They've had the doubleheader today as they outlasted the Rise 11-10 in game number 1. That's why we're starting here on the network just a little bit late, because everybody had to go rehydrate between ball games, and this game will start right at the top of the hour. Umpires are getting lined up. We'll have starting lineups here in just a moment, and let's go ahead and give you those lineups right now. If I can hit this button here. So for the Diamonds, Taylor Cruz will be in left field. Rylan Groff will have the number 2 spot, the designated player. Ava Cusack, shortstop. Ryan Brown, the third baseman, who has had an electric series, also winning the home run derby. Sarah Stone is at first. Kaylee Linger is in center. Lexi McDonald is in right. Kylie Brockman behind the plate today. Campbell Bagshaw at second, and in the circle is Mattia Groff. Matty has pitched in every game so far for the Diamonds and got touched up pretty good last night. I think that was just whoever was going to step into the circle was going to get touched up at that
one
point
got
by
away
the
from
Rise.
him quick. Rise's offense kind of came into form in the 5th inning last night. And the Diamonds are still trying to rekindle that pitching that they had in game 1, where they lost 2-0 to the Vibe.
It's going to be the lineup for that Vibe. Kara Canetto, left field. Rachel Roop at right. Taylor Pleasance at first. Jordan Rudd Lee at catcher. Sarah Mosley at third. Sierra Frazier is the DP. Jillian Sellis at short. Emma Ritter at center. And Hannah Adams at second base. In the circle for the Vibe tonight will be Sam Gress. This lineup netted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 home runs in our opening game, and Rachel Roop had a 3-run home run. For the Rise, they had a grand slam off the bat of Courtney Day, and it was as entertaining a softball game as you're going to get anywhere. These two professional teams going at each other. Obviously, with our Kansas City Diamonds, they are an amateur team, mostly made of juniors and seniors at Division I colleges, many of them from around the area. We'll tell you more about it during the broadcast. But this Vibe lineup, my goodness, it looked like Murderer's Row earlier tonight.
Yeah, they were smacking it all around the yard, left center, right center, straightaway left, and a lot of them were no doubt shots off the bat. If they can keep the offense that hot, the KC Diamonds are going to have their hands full, and they have not yet shown that they can pitch well enough to maybe combat an offense that has hit their stride.
Only Kara Canetto, Jordan Rudd-Lee, and Hannah Adams were held hitless in that opening game. Adams reaching and scoring on a fielder's choice. Canetto reached on a walk. Everybody reached, with the lone exception of Jordan Rudd-Lee. She is 0 for 4, but
so do.
Very,
Her and
very
Canetto are both so
and
do.
she is sitting in that catbird seat in that 4 spot in the lineup, and it'll be interesting to see what they are able to do against Mattia Groff. One of 2 Groffs in the lineup tonight for the Diamonds, the Groff twins. And we have our plate meeting. I'll show you that here in just a second. That is a bunch of people's feet. There we go.
Go ahead and give you the umpires for tonight. At the plate is John Reinhardt. At first is Ken Rice. And at third is Wyatt Bowers.
It was a well-umpired game in that first one. Obviously, with a 21-run game, you're going to be on your feet a lot. And you're going to be running around. And that was a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, Ken Rice, who was at the plate in game 1, maybe wasn't making himself any friends there at the end, but
a little bit of chirping going on between those two teams.
Competitive
and the umpiring
matchup.
crew. Absolutely.
But it was a consistent strike zone that we saw, and that's all you can really hope for.
We're about to throw it down to the field for starting lineups, and we'll have our first pitch here in just a moment on the 810 Varsity Network. Thanks for joining us again. My name's Chris Kamler, Brennan Kanabe alongside. Chad Rader back in the studio, we think.
Yeah, right. And a crew of hundreds around the globe.
And a crew of absolutely no one else. But we are excited to bring this to you. This has been more fun. I've had this tournament circled for about 3 months on my calendar. I was looking forward to it. And this has been even more fun than advertised. We have had over 3,200 folks here at the tournament over the 3 days. And for the KC Diamonds, these are the only 3 games they're going to play this year. But it was a test balloon to see how much of an appetite there might be for women's softball in this area. And I don't know by what barometer this would show as a failure. This has been a smashing success, so we hope to bring you more KC Diamonds softball in the future.
I do not claim to be a marketing expert. I do not have a degree in that topic, but seems like they may have hit the nail on the head with marketing, both creatively. I mean, we have got a mascot in the stands. On top of the dugout.
You've had some partnerships with the Royals and the Kansas City Current, trying to get fans out there. Billy Butler coaching in the dugout, that certainly doesn't hurt. And by the way, we've also imported 7,000 softball kids who are a good group to have screaming and hanging on every pitch out here. So this has just been incredible fun.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where some of the best spots are in the house are people who have brought chairs to sit along the outfield.
Well, they're getting some action.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let's throw it down to the field for our starting lineups.
KC Pro Softball Series. Tonight's game features the Florida Vibe and your KC Diamonds. Let's meet the starting lineups for tonight's game. First, for your KC Diamonds. Leading off, left fielder number 2, Taylor Cruz. Batting second, designated player number 21, Rylan Groff. Batting third, shortstop number 7, Ava Kusak. In the cleanup spot, third baseman number 65, Ryan Brown. Batting fifth, first baseman number 14, Sarah Stone. Batting sixth, center fielder number 99, Kaylee Langer. Batting seventh, right fielder number 31, Lexi McDonald. Batting eighth, catcher number 30, Kylie Brookman. Batting ninth, second baseman number 6, Campbell Bagshaw. In the circle tonight for your Diamonds, number 3, Maddie Groff. Your Diamonds are led by associate head coaches Billy Butler and Monica Abbott, assisted by Jessica Sherman and Riley Jensen Geddes. Let's meet the starting lineup for the Florida Vibe. Leading off, left fielder number 23, Kara Caneto. Batting second, right fielder number 15, Rachel Root. Batting third, first baseman number 17, Taylor Pleasance. Batting fourth, catcher number 36, Jordan Rudley. Batting fifth, third baseman number 33, Sarah Mosley. Batting sixth, designated player number 20, Sierra Frazier. Batting seventh, shortstop number 10, Jillian Solis. Batting eighth, center fielder number 90, Emma Ritter. Batting ninth, second baseman number 8, Hannah Adams. Pitching for the Florida Vibe, number 9, Sam Gress. Florida Vibes led by head coach Dot Richardson, assisted by Mike Scott and Bob Pinto.
Well, Brennan, when Dot Richardson and Billy Butler lock horns, you just throw away the record books because anything can go, right?
Yeah, given that there's no record book because this is just the second time that they've played.
Yeah. These two
Not a
teams
whole lot
had
to
the
throw away.
these two teams had the closest game of this three-game round robin. Vibe outlasting the Diamonds 2-0 in the opener. The deal for the Diamonds is they've struggled offensively. They've only scored one run, haven't they?
Yeah.
And they have been outscored by 23 runs. That is the problem.
Yeah, that is not what you're looking for. But, I mean, there is going to be a little bit of a learning curve. You've got seasoned professionals, most of them, for this Vibe team that is in their 8th year. It may take you a game or two to really get adjusted to that timing and speed, and the Diamonds are a young team. But another thing of note when we're talking about, whether or not they're going to continue this in the future, some of the folks that they have out here doing media really makes me think that we're going to see this again next year. They've got Mizzou's director of creative media out here tonight shooting video with Jack Man Vids, who's one of the biggest creators in Kansas City high school.
These are people I've never heard about but clearly are important to you, and I will believe you.
Yeah, they are people who are much better at our job or at their jobs than we are.
They're probably
at ours.
better at our jobs too. Let's face it.
Let's be honest.
All right, leading off is going to be Taylor Cruz, the left fielder tonight. Taylor out of Ohio State, also a Baser, Kansas native. Awaits the first pitch from Gress, missing ball 1.
Ohio State really has came in over the last couple years to this greater Missouri, Kansas area and seen some talent and picked it up.
That one is skied to center, or actually skied to the second baseman. Adams pulls that one in for out number 1.
Yeah, Chris, that one looked like it went a little bit further off the bat.
Well, it did when I was looking down, and
Yeah.
I looked up, and it sounded good off that. That
Cryo bat,
sounds
yeah.
good, man. This is Rylan Groff, one of 2 Groffs you will see tonight. Her twin sister will be in the circle. That is lined down the right field line foul. We have confirmed.
Yeah, that they are twins. And we confirmed via traditional internet methods rather than having them stand next to each other and realizing that they look the exact same. So,
I mean,
potato, potato.
it's a tomato, tomato. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Groff. Chop left side now. She's gone right side. She's gone left side. Now she just needs to hit one over the Dudley side in deep center field for a 1-0 lead.
Give credit to Gress, really attacking this zone through the first 2 hitters.
Ball low, now 1-2 strike. So yesterday's Diamonds jerseys were my favorite. Today are your favorite.
Yes.
You got the gray tops, the royal blue bottoms, and the baby blue socks and piping.
Yeah, those bottoms remind me of the Royals City Connect jerseys.
Yeah, lined to third base. Easy pickings from Mosley, right in her mitt. So there's 2 outs.
Yeah, that's the easiest out that Mosley is going to record tonight.
Ava Cusack up at the plate.
She's 2 for 7 with 2 singles and a run scored in the series.
Gress with the pump and the delivery. Ball 1.
Is that Craig Kimbrell on the mound? Look at the thing she does right before she comes set.
I would, but I have engineered a netting keep fans from walking in front of me, and now I can't see. So we'll figure it out. That one has a little bit of almost a slow pitch softball arc to it. Took a little off that one. Now it's 2-0.
Gress was good, we'll call it, in a loss against New York.
That one is grounded to the right side, and up with it is Pleasance. And it's a 1-2-3 inning in the first. We head to the bottom of the frame. There is no score. We'll see the vibe for the first time.
Get a shake with your points and some fries on the side with your points.
You get more with every order.
Woo! Get a Whataburger or a patty melt or some breakfast with the point.
You get more with every order.
Get a biscuit or a brownie, but no matter what you pick, you get more.
Like your favorite Whataburger or whatever, 'cause it all gives you more with Whataburger rewards.
Better look at those jerseys that the Diamonds are wearing.
Somebody had to.
Autofocus will work.
Yeah, somebody had to. That's a lot better than it was yesterday. You kept getting the netting yesterday.
Sure did.
Somebody has to wear the Royal City Connects tonight. They were supposed to, but in honor of Alex Gordon, they are in their all white home kits.
All whites with their the pine tar across the back shoulder.
Yeah, I was reading in the downtime between games that was a decision by Bobby Witt Jr. for the Royals.
Whatever Bobby Witt wants, man. Give Bobby Witt all of the things. Throw down, and we'll have our leadoff hitter for the Vibe, Kara Caneto, come visit us. She was 0 for 3 in the opener with a walk and a run scored. Key run in the 6th. She scored on Rachel Roop's 3-run home run.
That 3-run home run by Roop was huge.
It was super huge. I mean,
that was the difference.
Yeah. They were sitting on a 1-run lead, and then it made a 4-run lead, and they ended up winning by 1. So pitch inside on the corner for strike number 1. Nice looking pitch right there.
The only time that Groth has really struggled in her appearances is when she struggles to find that inside part of the zone to lefties.
Yeah, the one that she really had the problems with was that one of those first games where the zone was super, super tight. Everybody had problems pitching in that game.
14 walks in that game or some crazy number.
So the rest of the zones have been somewhat more predictable. There's a pop fly shortstop. Cusack up with it. Out number 1.
You are absolutely correct that those cryo bats make
They sound
anything
different.
sound.
Yeah, they sound a little different.
I thought that was hit into
Thing
center
was
into
chucked
no man's
into left
land.
field, yeah. Here's Rachel Roop, who had that 3-run home run in the 6th earlier tonight to help defeat the New York Rise. That one catches the outside part of the plate, strike 1.
Yeah, she's had 2 really big home runs, both of which have been the difference makers in games for the Vibe. 2-run shot to beat the Diamonds in their first meeting, and that 3-run shot that, as we mentioned, was really the difference in the bottom of the 6th. Another interesting note is that she is the only player this week to hit a home run not with a cryo bat.
Pitch misses high, 2 balls and a strike to Rachel Roop, the starting right fielder. She also had an incredible incredible catch.
Yeah, and right.
Out and right, where she just picked that thing out of the sky.
That likely saved a run, maybe 2.
This one to center. Underneath it is Linger, and there are 2 outs. If you're in the metro area, happen to be looking for something to do tomorrow night, I will be the public address announcer at the Kansas City Monarchs minor league baseball game. That's out in Kansas City, Kansas. If you happen to be in town for the tournament, come on out. It is Jurassic Park night, and I may or may not be wearing an inflatable dinosaur. May or may not. I'm not going to give anything away.
Noted.
But it might be my last night working for that team, but it's fine. 1 pitch off the off speed. The second pitch misses down and inside.
If you're looking for a different kind of fun in the Kansas City Metro tomorrow night, I will be at Chicken and Pickle from about 6 p.m. to 1.
Oh, my gosh. I was so worried where that sentence was going. Chopped foul, 1-2.
Somebody approaches me and says pineapple juice, I'll buy him a drink tomorrow.
Pleasance had a very pleasant day in game 1. 2 home runs, 3 RBIs, 2 for 3 on the night with a walk, 2 runs scored. Not too shabby.
She has been the most consistent hitter in this Vibe lineup.
Chopped right side. That is fair. A fair ball. A late call. It rattles around in the corner, and she's going to go to third. There was actually no call, no fair foul call, except for the umpire put his arms up. And we'll see. Billy Butler will not come out to dispute. You gotta see him do a Tony Muser and just throw his chaw somewhere. No, I guess that's not going to happen. But
that was a fair ball.
It was a fair ball, yeah, to be fair. So a 2-out triple now. And Jordan Rudd-Lee at the plate.
Good piece of 2-strike hitting.
One's right back up the middle. It'll be an RBI single. So the Vibe are on the board after back-to-back hits by Pleasance and Rudd-Lee. And that'll bring up Sarah Mosley. Mosley held relatively quiet. She had a double. She was 1 for 3. She also grounded into a Huge double play to end that 5th inning.
If we were giving out awards for Gold Gloves, she has played excellent defense at the hot corner. I think the most important play maybe of that 7th inning
The dive.
was she dove and stopped a ball
Yeah.
at third base.
Kept her at second instead of coming on to third.
And it was hard hit. I think if that ball gets through, it probably leaks into left field.
That one is into left center, but it'll get down. Around third, coming in to score. Play to the plate, got her! What a throw by Cruz! Gets it to Brockman and holds the inning at 1 run scored. So 1 run on 3 hits, no errors and 1 left. We head to the top of the 2nd. It's 1-0, Florida Vibe.
Dad, don't forget about my new cleats.
Sweetie, I can't make it to Dick's this week.
Have you heard of Dix.com?
Have I heard of Dix.com? Have I heard of Dix.com? Whoa.
Don't overthink it. Let's go shopping.
Actually, what I need are some cleats.
How about one of these?
Great.
Done. Anything else?
Now, golf club? Not for me.
Yeah,
For a friend.
of course,
I'm
of
just
course.
anyone impressed with how fast that was?
Yeah,
I know. I went to
my
Dix.com.
cleats. Thank you. I love you.
Well, I went to Dix.com. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, I told you about that.
The connection by Cruz to Cusack to Brockman yields out number 3 and keeps the tally to a straight line up on the scoreboard. We head to the top of the 2nd. Chris Kamler alongside Brennan Kanabi, and it's been the story all week. It's outstanding defense from these teams.
Yeah, that's great defense. The Vibe have been put in a number of situations today where their base running choices have kind of come back to bite them. They had 2 caught stealings in the previous game and 2 outs at the plate. But it's aggressive, and I mean, if you're going to hit it around like that, you can kind of afford to take those chances.
In the exhibition / non-con schedule, that's kind of what you want to try those things, see who can leg it out, see who can turn on the Jets.
Not everything is a playoff game.
Listen, if it's going to take a perfect play by the defense, let's take that chance. And that's what Dot Richardson was doing, waving the windmill down at third. And it took a perfect play, perfectly executed, the 7-6-2 putout. And we head to the 2nd inning for the Diamonds. We'll see the 4, 5, 6 batters. After a 1-2-3 inning, Ryan Brown, Sarah Stone, and Kaylee Linger.
It's also the bottom of the 1st inning. You know, if there's a spot to send somebody, it's right there.
Brown, the Tennessee model. Oh my gosh! What a catch by Ritter.
That's Kaylee Linger in center. You're correct, Ritter.
My goodness.
Yeah,
that was an incredible catch. And that's off the bat of Ryan Brown. And that thing was torpedoed out to left center fielder, diving towards the fence, pulls that one in, and that was just nuts.
Yeah, if she doesn't catch that ball, it's 1-1.
This is Sarah Stone, fouled that one off. And it's an 0-1 count.
That's also a really tough place to make that play at. You're on the warning track.
You're on the warning track. This is a new field. They're not used to playing at it. We mentioned that this field plays a little larger than a normal NCAA field with the 10-foot fences, and that gap is about 5 feet deeper. I'll show you the graphic here in a minute, but yeah, that was 5 stars, no notes.
Yeah, there was absolutely nothing she could have done better on that play. It was the only route that she could have possibly taken to catch that ball.
Here is what we're talking about. So this is Blue Valley Northwest field, 230 to center, 10-foot fences. And I'll show you like a normal NCAA field. This is the softball center in Mizzou, where you've got 220 out to center, 215 to the alleys. Both fields have 200 down the line, but you've got 6-foot fences. So you get those spectacular plays. We've seen several that have just been out past the outstretched glove that if these were 6-foot fences, you would be nails. But
yeah, that's probably a home run in most parks.
yeah. Picking it out of the sky. The 1-2. Change up. Caught her looking.
That was
bent the knees, too.
Disgusting.
So there's 2 outs. This is Kaylee Linger. Linger?
Linger. Yep.
What did I say?
No, I thought you were confusedly repeating
okay,
Linger.
sorry. Yeah. No, out of the University of Missouri. Liberty North native out of Liberty, Missouri, here in the northland of Kansas City. Liberty North Eagle. Tremendous softball program. Tremendous everything else sport program out of Liberty North.
It's a bad year if they don't win a state championship in something.
Yeah, that's like a Lee Summit or a Blue Valley Northwest. I mean, they're gonna be in state. And we also mentioned like Washburn Rural is another one that comes to mind. Any of the Mieges and the Aquinas.
Any school that has the word Blue Valley in it.
Any school has Blue Valley in it. So that was a hit by pitch down to first base, and now Lexi McDonald will be in there with 1 on and 2 out. Pitch in there for strike number 1.
Diamonds need to create some momentum here. Not let that incredible catch take the wind out of their sails.
Off the glove of Pleasance over to Adams, but Pleasance couldn't reset herself. That'll be an infield single. First hit of the night for the Diamonds. And it'll bring up 2 on and 2 out for Kylie Brockman.
We've seen an elite caliber 2-out hitting from the Vibe and the Rise. It's the Diamonds' turn to try to create something.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Picked out of the sky by Sam Gress, and that'll end the rally, the 2-out rally. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left. We will head to the bottom of the second. Florida Vibe will have the 6, 7, 8 hitters up to bat.
At Price Chopper, we're always chopping prices. Just like we're always making sure you get the best cut every time. For freshness, selection, and low prices, Kansas City knows. Price Chopper.
Tell you about our friends at Evo Shield and Louisville Slugger. You know Louisville Slugger. Hey, they're coming out with these cryo bats. Been all the rage all week. They're coming out in a couple weeks. If you were out here, you could have had a chance to swing one, but keep an eye out for them. This is Cryo 2. They put some more technology into it. That beautiful teal color on those cryo bats. You want to make sure that it's in your bag this summer for your softball needs. Of course, Evo Shield. If I played sports today, I would walk up looking like a Roman gladiator, just covered in Evo Shield. I would have everything. I would have the arms, the elbows, the little wrist, the little oven mitt. I would have the shin guards, everything.
Listen, and then the very first pitch that you would
well,
see,
I
you would foul off of.
Yeah, I would crumple. Yeah, I would foul off where Evo Shield isn't. But I would also probably crumple to the ground in pain. But that's a different story altogether. Second inning of work for Groff. She will see Sierra Frazier, Jillian Sellis, and Emma Ritter, the 6, 7, 8 hitters for the Vibe. They scored in the first off of a 2-out triple and a RBI single by Pleasance and Rudd Lee, respectively. misses outside. Falls behind in the count, 2-0. We were joking during the break. I mean, these Diamonds can't catch a break.
Yeah.
You get 2 line drives, and both are SC top 10 worthy plays. We've got a couple of players participating this week, and I will have to look. Probably won't find it, but a couple of girls have had SportsCenter top 10s this year that have been playing in this tournament. One of the Mizzou gals did.
Yeah, Kaylee Linger.
It was Linger, yeah.
Had one of the most impressive catches to rob a home run that I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
By the way, that hit that was off the first baseman in the previous inning was ruled an error.
An error. Well, okay.
I disagree.
No, that was not ordinary effort. But I shall update my scorecard accordingly. At the plate is Jillian Sellis with a runner at first. Nobody out here in the second inning. And the 1-0 pitch on the way. In there for a strike. It's kind of a get-me-over strike to get past that base on balls earlier.
Solis hit one of the opposite field gap for a home run in her previous game.
God, almost everybody hit a home run yesterday in game number 1. 11-10 the score. The Vibe outlast. That one is going to fall in left center. And around second, heading to third, holding at third, will be Frazier. Into second with a double will be Sellis. And now 2 runners in scoring position for Ritter. Emma Ritter did not play in game number 1. And in game number 1 yesterday, she went 0 for 3.
Yeah, she's 1 for 6 overall in 2 starts.
What was the umpire doing there?
I think he was getting more balls.
Oh, well, he's allowed to do that. I would tell you, but I have 8 pounds of gaffer tape between me and home plate right now, so I am watching on the monitor like I'm a director at Hollywood watching the dailies come in. The 1-0 pitch to Ritter. Skied to left and deep.
Caught.
It is caught. Tagging and moving up 40 feet will be Frazier. And to third is Solis. So that'll be a sac fly. And well, that was about as deep as you can get in the park and stay in.
She did make the catch in foul territory, though, so would not have likely been a home run in some of the other parks, as we mentioned.
So that doubles the score up 2-0 for the Vibe. And Groff gets a meeting in the circle.
Batting second baseman
Hannah Adams at the plate, playing second base today with a runner at third, 1 away. Looking to extend that 2-0 lead.
Corners playing in here.
And a drag bunt, good one. There's a lot of moving parts on that play. You're trying to ice cream scoop it for Stone. Get it to Brockman, then Brockman has to go to a knee and block Solis. So it'll be a fielder's choice for Adams, an RBI, and Solis will score. That'll flip the lineup over as well for Kara Canedo, who popped out to the shortstop in the first. That's a tough play.
Yeah. think even if the catcher would have hung on to it, likely would have alluded to a safe call there. But already trailing, that's a play you have to try to make.
That is out to right field. That was a heads-up deke by McDonald out in right, where she put her arms up like it was a can of corn. That held Adams kind of between in no man's land between first and second, and then Adams turned on the jets and is now standing at second base.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play by Lexi McDonald and right.
Second hit of the inning. Now 2 on, only 1 out for Roop. Roop, one of the stars in game number 1. She also contributed to all of the runs in the first game between the Vibe and the Diamonds with a 2-run home run. Missed outside. Falls behind 2-0.
If we were going to do an all-tournament team, she would definitely find a spot.
She would be there. Ryan Brown would be there.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney Day would be atop the Mount Everest of that list.
Yeah. Courtney Day would be a shoe-in vote for that one.
Mercy sakes, that grand slam, I mean, it was just off the bat.
Yeah, that ball had a family.
It was off the bat. 3-1 the count now.
Yeah, really good block by Brockman at catcher there, likely saved both runners advancing if that one gets through the legs. Not a long backstop here, though.
No, it's not. Sky to center, and now nobody tagging. That'll be out number 2. Linger pulls that one in. Taylor Pleasance, who tripled and scored in the first. She knocked that one down the right field line, and it banged around for a while down there. It just inchwormed right down the line there.
You got to be careful pitching to her right here.
1-0 the count. 2 on, 2 out. Bottom of the second, 3-0. Florida Vibe. Diamonds have been run ruled twice so far in 3 games. This is their 4th game.
Yeah,
one of their final game.
One of those was a very disingenuous run rule.
Under it is Linger and pulls it in for out number 3. But not before the Vibe plate 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. We head to the top of the 3rd. It's 3-0. Florida Vibe.
My name is Bree McNally. I am actually a server downtown at Grunauer. Our 15-year-old son was in an automobile accident and he was taken by ambulance to Children's Mercy Hospital. So when I called Eric, he just, was upfront about everything, let me know what the process would be. So Eric was easy to communicate with. I could Facebook Messenger him, call the office, text him, and he was always super responsive and handled everything in a timely manner.
Only 1 hit to speak of for the Diamonds. They've left a couple on base, and then 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 3 left through 2 innings for the Florida Vibe, and they are in cruising mode. Forget what I just thought I saw. I don't believe what I just saw. 3rd inning of work for Sam Gress. She will face the 8-9-1 batters for the Diamonds, Brockman, Bagshaw, and Cruz.
You're 1 off. Brockman lined out to
Bagshaw, Cruz, and Groff.
There you go.
Of course that's what I said. What I meant to say.
Can you tell this is game 6 for us on the week?
I'm wiped after the 21 run
no
game
kidding.
we had earlier. I mean, it is just crazy. Three nothing Vibe. Looking to hold on to that lead against Bagshaw.
Three for 7 on the tournament with 3 singles. Has done the job at the bottom of this order.
Over to short. Up with it is Adams over to Pleasance. Crowd number 1. That's just solid defense right there. Moving with the ball. Staying with it. And now Taylor Cruz, leadoff hitter at the plate.
The sun has largely subsided for the fielders, as usually it will fade behind into the football stadium. Well-built complex that when that sun starts to get low, there is not much effect to the baseball and softball fields.
Yeah, it'll tuck behind the press box for the for football.
As
This
opposed,
is a lot like Topeka,
Mhm.
where they have the softball, football behind each other. Am I thinking of Topeka?
Yeah, it's the opposite of Wichita, which is the sun sets in your face.
In your face, right in your face. Pitch misses high, 3-1 now. 1 away here in the top of the 3rd. Diamonds. By any measure except wins and losses, this has been a smashing success this week. Drawing 3,300 fans in. We'll bring Ken on. Let's see if Ken's hanging out back there. There he is. He's over your right shoulder. We'll bring him on. He was just like, well, I just kind of heard it was going on and thought I'd come by.
That is another measure of showing that this has been successful, that people
Popped up. Uh-oh. This is going to hit my camera. No, we're good. Okay. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We have gone now 5.5 games without any equipment getting smashed to bits. That's probably because we didn't have anything on the back fence that we tried to put on the back fence.
God, we didn't after that.
I'll tell you what, there have been so many home runs right where we were going to mount that camera.
No kidding.
I think would have been
a very unenjoyable
a duck
game.
at a carnival.
Oh. Almost a catch.
Yeah. It's the weak sauce right there.
Foul balls have been hit to every location in the stadium that does not have children with gloves.
Including one nearly off the mascot's face, or Heine. Oh, my goodness gracious. Pleasance with a diving stab. Pulls that one out of the air. That's a triple. She took away a triple on that one. Holy smokes.
This has been potentially the unluckiest I've ever seen an offense get in three innings.
Yikes.
If you're Billy Butler,
no, you just tip your cap.
Yeah,
You
as your hitters walk back into the dugout. Those are going to fall for hits at some point.
Billy and 0 for 9 for you. Did you just see the catches though?
Yeah.
They were ridiculous.
Those are going to fall for hits.
All right, we do this next year. We're gonna have a manager's show before the game.
Oh, 100%.
Chop foul, and then we're gonna go all Ned Yost on him after the game and pepper him a bunch of questions.
There you go.
Hey, in the 4th inning, you took your pitcher out. What were you thinking there? Oh, I was thinking whatever I was thinking. Ned Yost, one of the hardest people in the world to interview. Especially if you were dumb and new, which I was for the couple weeks I went out there. He'd smell it in the air and be like, all right, I'm going to screw with this guy for a little while.
He was so hard to interview that Royals beat writers struggle to ask questions to this day to Matt Quatrero now.
Well, Andy McCullough, who's a famed baseball writer, now writing for the Los Angeles Times. Is that where he is now, or is he at the Atlantic? He started at the Kansas City Star, and he wrote this, I don't know, 10,000 word oral dissertation about the 2014 wildcard game. That's one of the best pieces of sports writing I've ever read in my life. And Ned just murdered him every game, on his clothes, on his the way he dressed, like a yuppie, let's say, but Ned just buried him. So a 1-2-3 inning, a hard luck 1-2-3 inning for the Diamonds. We head to the bottom of the third. We'll be right back here on A10varsity.com. Hey, so one of the cool things we get to do from time to time is just kind of bump into folks out in the crowd. We're talking with Rick Chapman. Rick, tell us why you are important to the game of baseball and softball.
Well, I grew up in a baseball family in Ohio, northern Ohio. My mother was one of the original players in the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. She played from 1943 to 1949. So growing up, she encouraged us to play ball and all of that, and that's how I fell for the love of the game. And I was lucky enough to try out for the Kansas City Royals in 1970, so that's the impact my mother had.
What position did you play?
I played third base. My mom was a catcher. She got her nickname Mickey after Mickey Cochran, Detroit Tiger Hall of Fame catcher.
Nice. You are currently is it the director of the
we
Girls
have
Baseball League?
Right. We have an All-American Girls Professional Baseball League Players Association that was chartered in 1987 in Michigan, and I am the president.
And so what does that turn into? What is the league that you then help operate?
Well,
How many cities are there?
Right. The league went from 1943 to 54. It folded after the war and television and all of that and non-support, and minor leagues came back. But what we're trying to do is keep the legacy going, and there is a future for women, and just like here, professional softball, but there's also a lot of avenues opening up now for professional women's baseball. They're doing tryouts now with their inaugural season next year.
You're a Kansas Citian.
I live in Kansas City now, been here 20 years. I moved here from Detroit.
So you've obviously seen the influx of women's sports and how important that has grown over the last 10, 15 years. You've got the Kansas City Current, the women's soccer team, the first purpose-built women's stadium. You're now seeing the Kansas City Diamonds, what could end up being a professional level girls softball team. What's it going to take to bring a girls baseball team to Kansas City? That sounds pretty cool.
That's interesting. I think this inaugural season next year is going to be basically out east, and they want to expand from that. We will have a baseball tournament August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Durham, North Carolina with the Durham Bulls. We've got USA Baseball, the women division. They're putting together all of the teams, and the players are going to be the top 80. And it'll be part of a tryout for their USA Baseball tournament that they have every 3 years.
So this really is in keeping with the tradition of the A League of Their Own movie and the Hall of Fame and the Gina Davis and all this stuff. The Racine Bells.
Yep, Racine Bell. Mom played 1943 Racine Bells, 44 Milwaukee Chicks, 45 Grand Rapids Chicks, 46, 7, 8, and 9 Muskegon Lassies. They did have spring training in Havana, Cuba in 1947.
That is incredible. And so the challenge now is to keep that going.
Right. Major League Baseball, since the 2015 season, I've been working in the team store at Kauffman Stadium, and just to see the influx and that the women have coming in, and I get to talk to them, and they know the game. and baseball and softball. So they're very well versed in it. And we just need the support of Major League Baseball and all of the local merchants and, of course, the fans.
Well, that'd be so much fun. And, you know, obviously most people became aware of that league through the movie.
Correct.
But that movie continues to gain popularity. First off, it's one of the best baseball movies of all time.
Right, right.
And second off, it is just one of the most incredible stories that the women would keep the sport going while the boys were off to war and kept trying to keep it going even afterwards.
Right. I met Penny Marshall. My wife and I met Penny Marshall in November of '88 when they opened the first display of women in baseball at Cooperstown, New York. And so Penny went around and got a lot of the stories. And then when she started the filming, a lot of the former players were part of that as consultants. And they'll say the movie is probably on average 80-85% accurate, other than, you know, Hollywood takes a true story and jazzes it up a little bit. But there's a lot of things that really happened in real life, and they kind of fit it into the movie.
We, of course, have the Negro Leagues Hall of Fame, as there's a potential. Now it's going to be a throwing error by Brown. Everybody's going to move up 60 feet. Now they think they might try to score. They will. So it will be an error with an RBI and an error to third for Sierra Frazier on an E5. So that'll score a run. It is now 4-0. We're speaking with Rick Chapman of the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. Did I get that right? Just as the Negro Leagues Museum here in Kansas City is important to the story of Black Americans, so is the American Baseball, the All Girls American Baseball League, to the arc of being a woman in America, and that's got to be incredibly heartfelt to be a part of that.
It's amazing. You know, there are over 600 that have played. There's only 28 living now. We were in Kenosha last weekend for an Emmy Award from a documentary a couple years ago, and just to see the growing influence that they've had and grown into the young people now. And just an added note, Bob Kendrick at the Negro Museum has done a wonderful job there.
We've gone this whole week, Brennan, without mentioning the Negro League Baseball Museum.
I'm shocked.
If you are in Kansas City, within the sound of my voice, if you ever come to Kansas City, there's a strikeout. Please come to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. Bob Kendrick, now a world-famous podcaster with his Diamonds podcast, but I'm glad to see that he is continuing to pay that forward to leagues that have changed America, and the Negro Leagues and the Girls Professional Leagues certainly have.
Yeah, Bob has some wonderful stories to tell too. So
oh my gosh,
he's a great influence and ambassador for baseball.
Well, Rick, this was really fun bumping into you, man.
No
If there is an athlete out there that thinks they may have what it takes for the All-American Girls Professional League, well, how might they get in contact with you guys? There's a deep drive to center. Back, and a nice catch at the wall by Linger for out number 3.
I think the best avenue is the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League, aagpbl.org. Get into the website, and it has a lot of the activities that are going on. Our subsidiary, American Girls Baseball, and we are working with the Durham Bulls for the next tournament in August.
That's a lot of fun, man. Thank you so much for coming and joining us. It was very nice to talk to you, and good luck with everything.
Thank you.
All right, buddy. That was Rick Chapman of the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. We'll be right back here on 810varsity.com. Well, that was fun talking to Rick. I bumped into him on the in the restroom between games, and I said, "Hey, how's it going?" And I'm with the All-American Girls Professional Baseball. I like the one in the movie. You're being.
We are not in charge of the music, but we will make that happen.
That guy right around the corner.
We'll make it happen for you. I am shocked that they have not played Diamond.
Taking music recommendations, Brennan Kanavi finally found a role that you can play at these ball games.
Yeah, no kidding. That was by far the hardest interview that we've done the last couple days because it's such an interesting story, and I have to sit here and
there's
still
an error
lock
and people
in.
running around the base. A great catch out in center by Linger. We've been able to talk to quite a few people this week. This has been, just a ton of fun. There's a ton of people out here. I mean, there's
bound to have a couple good stories.
Connections. Well, you mentioned that you've got a bunch of social media people out here. You've got D1 programs. You've probably got scouts.
Yeah, and
as several of these players are in the portal right now. It's just been a fun week.
And with the Top Gun Invitational in town, you're already going to have hundreds of college scouts. We had a full list last year of the scouts that were attending the Top Gun Invitational. So a couple of these programs that these college players have graduated from, maybe the first time they've seen their coaches in a while.
What a snag and what a play at first. Deep in the hole was Adams over to Pleasance, and she's able to pull that one out. Just one of about 3 plays so far tonight by Adams that has just been amazing.
And another hit stolen away from the Diamonds. Jeez. Billy Butler looks at Mosley at third base and is like, can we figure this out here, please?
What do I got to do? I got Lorenzo Kane in center. There's a ground ball right side. It's going to take a strong throw, and they called her safe. There we go. One goes our way. Ryan Brown trucking it down the first base line for an infield single. The first official hit for the Diamonds. No, I'm sorry. The first hit. They called that first one an error. And now brings up Sarah Stone. She struck out looking in the second. That one is over the third baseman's head. And staying at second, if I can get this turning little knob going straight, will be Ryan Brown. So runners now got a little something cooking here for the Diamonds. As Kaylee Langer will be at the plate. She reached on a hit by pitch in the second. So back-to-back singles for the Diamonds. This has been where the Diamonds have had their problems this week, is not necessarily getting base runners, but getting them over and getting them in.
Hitting with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
Might just be a KC thing right now.
Something in the water. And then now we're down 4-1 to the freaking A's.
Yeah,
Can you explain that to me?
The worst team in baseball in the last couple months.
Well, the Chicago White Sox would like to have a word, but
the A's are 5-25 in their last 30 games. So.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, the Colorado Rockies would like a
Colorado
word.
Rockies are bad. It's been a tough skid for the boys in blue out at Kauffman. Oh yeah, it's the Billy Butler Bowl going on. You got the A's and the Royals. He's down patrolling third base. He'd love to see crooked number on the board for the Diamonds here. Pull back into this one. Pitch misses outside. That makes it a 1-2 count. Why do I keep looking up there?
Yeah, you might as well not.
Why do I keep looking up there?
Every time.
I just need to look at your box. 2 on, 1 out, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Kaylee Linger. That one is foul back against the netting on the right side. We'll do it again, 1-2. We mentioned the Kansas City Monarchs. They are up 9-1 in their game. Ground ball, first base, going to take a strong throw, and that one is in time. But it'll move everybody up 40 feet, 60 feet.
There you go.
Why do I keep saying 40? 60 feet.
It's like what, 43?
40. It's 42 to the mound. Yeah. That was my brain. It's all this duct tape sitting in front of me. It's hurting my head. So 2 on, 2 out now. This is Lexi McDonald. McDonald reached on an error in the first, and now she's going to pop that one off the right side. It'll fall foul. Here they are, runners in scoring position.
Yeah, big opportunity.
Both of the other two teams have been able to have good, strong 2-out rallies. It's time for the Diamonds to pick one up here.
Yeah, Lexi McDonald had a hard hit error. Probably
0-1.
deserved a hit.
This is outside with the ball. "76 degrees here in the big city." Off to the left side. Next to no wind.
Yeah, this has been our perfect night.
Last night I thought was really nice. It was way better than Wednesday, but this is perfect.
Yeah, last night we got about 14 drops of rain for
yeah.
45 seconds.
You know, watch out for that. It's weird. Very weird rain today. Yesterday, I mean. The 1-2 on the way. Grounded left side. Through the third baseman, but over to the shortstop, Celis, over to Pleasance, and that'll be out number 3. So Diamonds strand another couple on 2 hits, no errors, and no runs. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It is 4-0. Florida, Florida, Florida. We'll be right back here after these messages from Whataburger.
Get a shake with your points and some fries on the side with your points.
You get more with every order.
Woo! Get a Whataburger or a patty melt or some breakfast with the point.
You get more with every order.
Get a biscuit or a brownie, but no matter what you pick, you get more.
Like your favorite Whataburger or whatever, 'cause it all gives you more with Whataburger rewards.
Folks, I want to give a big thank you to Chick-fil-A, not just for feeding us tonight, but for helping with this entire tournament. They've done a great job. Number of Chick-fil-A operations here in town, and we could not be more thrilled to have their support. We ate Chick-fil-A on Wednesday, Chick-fil-A today, and it's been tasty, tasty, tasty all night long. We appreciate it. Have a new pitcher, I believe. Jory Hurd is in the circle.
So far on the week, she's got 11 innings pitched, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, 5 strikeouts. Is yet to walk a hitter. She is 0-2.
So Hannah Adams steps to the plate. As Jory Hurd is installed. We've had a number of lengthy conversations about the lineup cards, and I think that is possibly because we are not necessarily dealing with coaches who are that familiar with lineups and whatever. Okay, so that's why. We've got a new right fielder. We've got a new center fielder. Brendan, you going to tell me who those people are?
They are people.
Yes, they are people. They are human beings. So we will tell you who those people are as they come to bat. But we do have a new center fielder and right fielder.
And this the view that you see is about as equidistant as we are from the folks out in center and right.
Well, I'm going to bet you one of them is Ava Cusack. I don't know which spot. And the other one might be Heather Arnett.
I wouldn't be shocked.
That's my guess.
Arnett's probably going to play
Arnett
center.
probably in center. Yeah. Ground ball up the middle to Arnett. In fact, I'm just going to write that in. And if I'm wrong,
blind confidence.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It would not be the first time, will not be the last. So leadoff single there for the Vibe.
Caneto now at the dish. She is 1 for 2 with a single and an infield pop-up. Looking for the bunt. She did offer at it. Unable to make contact, and she's in an 0-1 count. Corners playing in on the 0-1. She swings away and is behind it. Yeah.
Caneto singled in the second, flied out, popped out to the shortstop in the first. She's 1 for 2 tonight. Missed outside.
Now playing center field for the Diamonds, number 9, Heather Arnett.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. And we're all still waiting with bated breath to find out.
Center field to right field for the Diamonds, number 99, Kaylee Langer.
Oh, that's going to mess up my scorecard.
Got a little ahead of yourself.
Yeah. Now she's in right, so Linger moves to right. Yeah. That was a close call, close pitch.
So Langer will stay
in the 6th spot.
Yep. McDonald out of the game for Arnett.
There you go.
That one fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again.
All right, let me try to fix this here.
Godspeed, sir. The 3-2. And an excuse me swing to keep the AB alive by Caneto. That's a professional 3-2 swing right there.
We've seen a lot of really good two-strike approaches from these hitters.
Caneto very much has a get-on-base approach as well. She's not going to be the one to poke one. This is a
ground ball, could be 2-4. And a smart base running play by Adams to just kind of park it right in the middle of the base path, knowing that Bagshaw will not have enough time to get a 4-6-3 double play, and just ensuring that by making it a tag play instead of what could potentially be a tag and throw. So a fielder's choice for Caneto, 4 unassisted on Adams for out number 1. This is Rachel Roop.
Yeah, we were only about 15% of the way to an Albert Bell.
Gonna have more contact. There's Lace to right field. Be a second single of the inning. Put runners on first and second. That'll bring up Taylor Pleasance. Be incredibly challenging to pitch to Taylor Pleasance.
Yeah, not the hitter you want to see at the dish when there is a runner in scoring position and less than 2 out. Pleasance also with one of the 2 defensive plays of the game at first.
Fouled off.
I like it by Jory Hurd. Just going to go right at her.
Might as well.
Yeah. We're trying to get better here.
0-1 the count to Pleasance. Popped up on the infield. And that is caught by Ryan Brown.
Batting catcher, Jordan Rudd-Lee.
For out number 2, Jordan Rudd-Lee at the plate. Singled and walked. RBI single and scored a run on a walk in this ball game.
This has been her best game so far.
That was bounced foul. Missed for ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 away, 2 on for Rudd-Lee. Diamonds played the Vibe very tough in game number 1 of this series on Wednesday at 4 o'clock rather, falling to them just by a score of 2-0. But then the next 2 games they fell by run rule. Swung on and missed. What a pitch. Out number 3 on the strikeout, her first of her appearance. And we head to the top of the 5th. The Diamonds have some work to do. They trail 4-0. Folks, thank you to Oakley for providing gear and swag to our players this week. It's part of the Top Gun Invitational and the Top Gun Tournament. Oakley, always been a great partner to Top Gun events, and certainly one here. Little t-shirt toss going on. Crowd in full voice. They are loving it. And the t-shirts are gone, and silence falls. Just look at this crowd, though. This is nuts.
Attention fans, we have 3 winners for Kendra Scott prizes, so listen up.
Did you win? Did you win a Kendra Scott prize?
I wish. I just spent like $200 at Kendra Scott like 2 weeks ago. So
I am so sorry I asked.
in other poor planning news, I figured we'd be out of here right around the same time we were yesterday.
No.
Which is vastly incorrect. And I have 3 econ assignments due at midnight tonight. So
at midnight tonight? Tonight's a Friday.
Well, I'm in an 8-week course here, Kamler. I got stuff due every night.
But tomorrow's Saturday. We don't do school on Saturday.
Yeah, we're going to have to kick it into gear when we get out of here.
Still got to pack up.
Yeah, I was going to say I might be finishing that in the parking lot.
Yeah, might be on my own. Foul ball on the bunt attempt. 8-9-1 hitters. This is Brockman, Bagshaw, and Cruz.
We're going to get one of those dollar dog announcements in about 45 seconds.
Dude, I'd go for a dollar dog right now. I still haven't eaten my Chick-fil-A. I'm going to let you call this inning. I'm going to eat my Chick-fil-A.
Smart man. And this one is popped right into the glove of Gress, as easy as a play as it's going to get. And Brockman is retired to begin the inning. Campbell Bagshaw playing second tonight. She rounds out the order. She's 0 for 1, grounded out to second in her lone at-bat. To open, Gress fires high. 1-0 count. Bagshaw, yep.
You hear the argument all the time. Well, Alabama could beat the, Jacksonville Jaguars.
Can't wait to see where this is going to go.
Let's put the top college team against the worst NFL team and just see what happens. I think we have seen this week how advanced professional athletes are amongst some of the best Division I talent. I mean, these are girls that are on their conference's Player of the Weeks consistently. They're winning all conference awards. They are participating in the College World Series. And they have played their hearts out. And you see the athleticism of a professional athlete, people who were in their spot 4, 5, 6 years ago, and that just that much more time to develop your game. The discrepancy has been very, very stark this week, and I'm very, very impressed with what I have seen out of these two professional teams.
Watch out.
There you go.
Yeah, well, there is a...
Everybody all right over there?
Yeah, looks like it. there, and you will likely agree to this, there's a lot of difference between a 19-year-old and a 23-year-old. There are some things that happen between those two ages that defy traditional wisdom in some way, so not totally a shock that there would be some play discrepancy between multi-year professionals and some of the best in the college game.
Now, that being said, I would absolutely buy a ticket to watch Alabama play Jacksonville.
As would I.
Alabama would get rolled.
Yeah.
40-point deficit rolled.
I think that,
which I would love to see.
Oh, 100%.
Let's be fair.
It would silence a lot of Jimmys and Joes on Twitter for sure.
Twitter is nothing but Jimmys and Joes.
Oof, that one runs inside and clips Cruz, and she'll head on a free pass to first.
Hey, Jeremy's just to our left, by the way. We haven't had a chance to talk to him.
Yeah, I would love to sit down with Jeremy.
Once you flag him down next time we get a chance.
I will when he makes the turn. Hit by pitch. Now facing Goff. This one low. Open the at-bat 1-0. Cruz on first. We'll have a quick meeting of the minds at the mound. Top of the fifth. Diamonds need to get the offense going. There are two down. Groff is 0 for 2 with two sharply hit lineouts.
We talk about somebody that's going to take some chicken bones to that cryo bat, try to get it out of the funk. My goodness gracious, she's just had bad luck.
And that one will skip by the catcher, Rudd Lee, and an extra 60 feet for Taylor Cruz. Two-no count. Now runner in scoring position for Groff. And this one is pulled foul. And Billy Butler, that one might leave a mark.
Perennial designated hitter, never really known for his defense, but was a pretty nice lockdown first baseman for a long period. Showing the gifts down in the third base coaching box tonight. Now, that's a T-shirt I would want, the T-shirt that Billy's got. I'll get you a shot of it here in a second. I
would
that.
just
I
like a
that
T-shirt,
shirt.
period, at the end of this.
Well, you'll get nothing like it.
3-1 count. And that one is taken for a two-out free pass by Groff.
That's a solid shirt right there. And it is worn very well by one Billiam Butler.
Country breakfast.
And we are going to have a conversation and a pitching change.
Yeah, it'll be a stealth check that will come in.
Estelle check coming out to Creed.
Yeah, it's pretty baller.
Pumping the crowd up. Look at him go.
I respect
Forget inner Sandman. This is inner Creed. This isn't Creed.
Yeah, I was about to say. Swing and a miss on Creed.
This is the this is
Panic
this
at
is
the Disco.
Fallout Boy.
No, this is Fallout Boy.
Sugar, we're
correct.
going down. Another terrible band.
You know we're in the top of the 5th inning of Game 6 when
I'm just saying, they're awful. And I'm still mad at you because you had a chance to go see All-American Rejects literally in your backyard, and you didn't go. They played a pop-up concert in the backyard of a frat house at Mizzou a couple months ago, and I text you the next day. I'm like, hey, man, how was that deal? Oh, yeah, I was sleeping. I was doing something else. Bro, come on, man.
Listen,
get out there and live a little. Let's go.
That was the week after finals and stop day. And
yeah, perfect time to go watch some All-American Rejects.
And Kuzak pops out to short to end the inning. Will head you to the bottom of the 5th inning. Vibe still leading. We sure
appreciate you guys tuning in wherever you might be. And we're so sorry.
At Price Chopper, we're always chopping prices. Just like we're always making sure you get the best cut every time. For freshness, selection, and low prices, Kansas City knows. Price Chopper.
Give another shout out to Rip It for helping equip our players this week. Appreciate all the contributions that you have given to our tournament. And we've got a nice round of applause for American servicemen and women and their families. Love that moment for every ball game that we get an opportunity. We do one at the Monarchs, and it just makes you real proud.
We got a pretty high concentration of softball parents, which is a pretty hands-on job as is.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Lower concentration than we may see on average, but still a healthy handful. Hurd back for her first full inning of work. And that is a first pitch strike on the outside part of the plate by Hurd.
Don't freak out.
Never.
There we go. Done.
Thank you, sir. That one is rolled back to Hurd. The toss on to first, and we've got one down. Sierra Frazier is your DP in this game. She caught very well in the first of the double dip. She's 0 for 1 with a run scored on a walk and reached on error. Good changeup there to open the at-bat. Hurd back in front 0-1. This one jammed her a little bit inside, and count is quickly 0-2.
I take no exception with what you're saying.
I appreciate that.
How long were you stuck in traffic last night on the way home?
15 minutes, just about 15 minutes of bad traffic, as that one is slapped the other way for a one-out base hit. Another good piece of two-strike hitting there from Frazier, and the Vibe have one aboard with one out. I actually got stuck in more traffic on the way here today than I did yesterday night.
My car is generally not very good about routing me around stuff, but last night it said, hey, you might want to go 71 instead of 69. I said, thank you.
Yeah, I ended up getting off of 69 for like a mile and a half, and
no, that's.
I had to. It was like pretty sure there was an accident or something.
Well, they got all that construction.
Yeah,
that's where we were going to steal our orange cones, but instead, Blue Valley Northwest coming up clutch with our cones. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Yeah, I had no idea who that guy was and felt
No,
the
that's
tap on my shoulder. That's usually not a good thing.
That's my boy. Swung on and missed for out number 2.
Solis goes down swinging. Ritter now with 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th.
It's getting a little punchy between us. I'm not gonna lie. We're a little stir crazy here.
Yeah, no kidding.
What I'd like to see is about a 6-run inning out of these Diamonds because they're just due. I mean, they've earned it. I think they deserve a good crooked number up there. They have just been picked apart defensively.
One of the unluckiest games hitting-wise we've
it
seen.
really is. One player's unluck is another player's,
Sports Center top 10 play.
showing up early to. It was a great play at first as she kept that ball in front of her.
Good play by Stone.
Stone for out number 3. That was talk about good defense. That was pretty stellar. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. We head to the top of the 6th. Diamonds need some runs.
Dad, don't forget about my new cleats.
Sweetie, I can't make it to Dick's this week.
Have you heard of Dix.com?
Have I heard of Dix.com? Have I heard of Dix.com? Whoa.
Don't overthink it. Let's go shopping.
Actually, what I need are some cleats.
How about one of these?
Great.
Done. Anything else?
No, golf club? Not for me, for a friend.
Of course, of course.
Anyone impressed with how fast that was?
Yeah,
I know. I went to Dix.com.
Thank you. I love you.
Well, I went to Dix.com. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, I told you about that.
Big thank you to Dick's and Dix.com for their support of our week here of World Softball Day today is. That's a thing.
Yeah, it's funny that we found out as late as we did. I was doing some...
I didn't even get you a card.
Yeah, doom scrolling on our way. He looks like he's got somewhere to be. We'll give him a free pass
He's
this time.
fine. Where's he got to be? The thing's over.
Fair. I'll grab him here in just a second.
Go grab him. Top of the 6th, we will see Ryan Brown, Sarah Stone, and Kaylee Linger. They are a collective 1 for 5 tonight with a single and a hit by pitch.
I got a nod out of him, so hopefully he'll come sit down.
All right, well, we'll take it. Trying to get an interview with Jeremy McDowell, who is the chief circus operator out here.
Chef and bottle washer.
Yeah. You know him better than I do, so you're going to make a better interview, but I do want to ask him a question, like what's the weirdest thing you've been asked for this week? Can you...
A lot of possible answers.
Can you go bring a charger to room 1204 at the Holiday Inn off of 69 Highway or something?
I can't imagine. What that guy needs is a vacation after this.
Dude, I left my keys here on Wednesday, and I seriously thinking about driving back because I didn't have a way to get into my apartment. Should have just called Jeremy.
He would have brought him to you.
He absolutely would have. That's the kind of guy he is. Sarah Stone to the plate. She struck out and singled. Be a good time for a 2-run home run right here.
How about a foul ball at the third base side?
Take it.
Estelle Check on the mound. Was the winning pitcher the first time these two teams played 5 scoreless innings. She's got a strikeout in her first full inning of work.
Showing a little fist pump after the K. It's her second strikeout for Stone. First strikeout for Check. Kaylee Linger at the plate. She reached on a hit by pitch and then grounded out to third.
can't even make it up
No.
at this
I mean,
point.
what are you going to do? It's ridiculous.
Kaylee Linger is robbed of a hit. Line out to second. Great acrobatic play by Adams, who has stolen a couple hits today.
I mean, okay, you tip your cap, but now you're just annoyed.
Now you're probably
just annoyed.
I
Now
would have
you're
been
ticked
annoyed
off.
3 innings ago.
You're like, where do I got to put it to get it out of the reach of anybody?
Well, Brown put one to the Dudley sign in center, and it still got caught.
Yeah.
That one bunted foul.
Oh, it'd be nice if you could see that. There you go. Sorry, guys.
Arnett in her first at bat, and an 0-2 count. Taken well inside. It's 1-2. The 1-2 slapped the other way and picked out of the sky by Mosley.
Come on.
Yeah, we're getting into.
Now they're just showing off.
This might be a prank.
Wow. We're getting punked. That's crazy. What a series of plays we've seen out of this team.
We head to the bottom of the 6th. The Vibe still hanging on to a 4-run advantage.
Bottom of 6. Diamonds are just getting web gemmed to death as they trail 4-0.
Yeah, potentially the unluckiest offensive performance I've ever witnessed.
I haven't been keeping count. We're close to double digits.
Yeah, I had the first couple starred on my scorebook, and then after that it got a little redundant.
Bring up Hannah Adams, number 9 hitter for the Vibe. She's reached twice. 1 for 2 on the night, reached on a fielder's choice with an RBI and reached on a single.
Chris, I have a question for you.
Hope I have an answer. One's in there for a strike 0-2.
What is the difference between the yield to maturity on a coupon bond and the rate of return?
No, we're not doing your homework right now. No. You have to give at least 25% of your focus to us right here.
Oh, don't worry, I still am.
Why start now? That one pitch misses right outside 1-2. I don't know. James Bond was pretty cool.
Don't worry, I got it. I won't bore our listeners with
your econ homework.
Yeah.
Diamonds 3 offensive outs away from falling, but good clean inning here would keep them right in it. Strikeout's a good way to start. It's going to be Kara Caneto. She is 1 for 3 today. Reached on a fielder's choice and a single. Also popped out to short. Caneto held relatively quiet in this series out of the leadoff spot, but she's picked her battles pretty wisely and has just played left field like a champion. Jory Hurd The 0-1. Same spot, same result. Foul ball, 0-2. $7,000 kids in town for this Top Gun tournament. Chopped back up through the middle. It's gonna take a strong play, and they got her by a step.
Good
nice
throw.
play by by Cusack to Stone. And there are 2 outs.
Batting right fielder Rachel Root.
Rachel Roop to the plate. So 1 for 3 tonight with a single. That one's drilled right up the middle. So she's 2 for 4 tonight with a pair of singles. Something cooking right here for the Vibe.
Hey, what's a little bit more insurance here?
Taylor Pleasant at the plate. Now 1 on, 2 out. Off speed, nice pitch, and painted the outside corner for strike number 1. Now the challenge for the Diamonds this series has not been getting outs 1 and 2. It's been getting out number 3.
Yeah, no kidding. It's been a tough thing for a lot of teams we've seen here.
Putting a team away has been a challenge. It'll be 2 balls and a strike now. Skied to left. Underneath it is Cruz for out number 3. And the Diamonds will head to the plate, needing 4 to tie. 5 to go ahead. We'll be right back here on 810varsity.com.
And we're back heading to the top of the 7th. One final inning of play here, potentially, unless the Diamonds spot us for. We're here with Jeremy McDowell. Had a big hand in putting all of this on. Jeremy, my first question is, how does something like this start? What are we looking for? You know, this is probably a year planned out in advance or so. What was the first steps to getting this put on?
Yeah, first step was down at the NFCA conference this year, meeting Ryan Moore and Jeff On, of the owners of the Vibe and the Rise, and just for them, they just want to get their teams in front of fans, and you know, with us having the big Top Gun Invitational this around this week, you know, it just seemed it was appropriate to try to get these 2 teams here. Great ownerships, wanted to bring them in, and then from there, really just started talking about how we can. Big goal here is how we can get Kansas City to have a professional team, and so they were good enough to say, let's put a kind of a collegiate exhibition team together, and that's what we did this week. So it's been a blast and great crowds, and it's been fun.
I mean, we've talked about it several times throughout the week, but by any barometer, maybe except for wins and losses for Kansas City, this has just been a smashing success. You've had, 3,300 people to these games the last 3 nights. Everybody's having fun. The lines for autographs are around the corner. I got to think that you are smiling ear to ear after this.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, going in, you don't know really what to expect, but to see the crowds 3 consecutive nights, to hear the feedback, to see the next generation of players lined up, saying I can do this one day. I mean, this is why we did it. That's why we believe in seeing this professional game really get launched. We've seen it obviously in women's soccer. We've seen it, in women's basketball, and it's time. It's time for professional softball to really take off, and we're excited just to hopefully be a small part of it.
Go ahead.
No, you're right, Game.
So I think we're all interested as to what do you think the next step is. I know you can't get too far ahead of yourself, and you probably want to take a vacation after this week. But what's the next step for you guys?
Yeah, this was definitely a little bit of a beta test for the bigger picture of, like, what does it take to run a professional series, and for us, it's to kind of strategize here after this week, like you said, and really talk about what 26 looks like. Is that we'll definitely be in the game somehow? Is that going to be multiple weeks, or a couple weeks, or we'll be full time into a franchise? And those are decisions we have to make here in the next few weeks.
Well, I'll tell you that you've got plenty of support here in the Kansas City area, and I think I speak for me and Chris and everybody here when we say we hope you guys can continue to make this happen.
Well, I appreciate everything, and the vibe. Saw the pure athleticism of these women tonight, which
My
is just
goodness gracious!
The plays
Holy
that we
cow!
saw tonight have been unbelievable.
Well, thank you so much for everything
Thanks,
this
guys.
week, and continued good luck throughout the rest of the large tournament. 7,000 kids in town, is that right? Is that what I heard?
There is, yeah, over 330 teams from 31 states, so it's been a big week.
Well, thank you so much for having us out, and we appreciate it.
You sleep well tonight, Jeremy.
Yes,
Jesus.
sir. Thanks, guys.
This is Jeremy McDowell, and the Diamonds go down to a 1-2-3 inning, and that will do it. The Diamonds fall to the Vibe 4-0. For the Diamonds, no runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and 5 left. For the Vibe, 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors, and 11 left. The winning pitcher is Gress. Losing pitcher is Groff. Time of game much shorter than game number 1.
Yeah, no kidding.
And Brennan, your final thoughts as we kind of close out our broadcast, our 6 games. We just heard from Jeremy McDowell. This was kind of a beta test for what might be to come in the future, and I'll tell you what, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
You got me hooked.
And this is absolutely what it's all about. You see the teams huddle over the circle as we are all done with 3 days of softball. The umpires in there, both teams. And we did a great thing this week for the game of softball and the development of women's sports in this region, and I'm beyond proud that the city of Kansas City has embraced women's sports the way that we have. And I think that although we might not be the softball capital of the world yet, we are well on our way to so many big things with women's athletics in this city. And hats off to Jeremy McDowell, Allie, who's helped us throughout this week, and the hundreds probably of people that have made this entire event work. It was an honor and privilege to be here with you and with this crew this week.
Well, final thought, as I know that you got to go back to your finals or whatever you're doing at Mizzou. This is a team this is a city that 25 years ago could not have spelled the word soccer. And now, next summer, we're hosting a World Cup. I mean, it can happen.
Quick,
it can happen that quick. And all you need is a little bit of a spark, and maybe a little bit of a flame here this week. And congratulations to Monica Abbott and her new baby, Billy Butler, and everybody from the Vibe and the Rise. This has been a lot of fun, and we've had a blast bringing it to you. So that will close it out from Blue Valley Northwest Stadium. I've been Chris Kamler. He has been Brennan Kanabe. We are going to shut her down for the night. Florida Vibe win both games of a doubleheader tonight. First 11-10 over the New York Rise, and 4-0 over the Vibe. And we hope to see you during football season. 8-10 varsity will be out there calling some games. We'll have the state championships as usual on the network, and we hope to bring them to you. So thanks for joining us. Have a great rest of your summer, and we'll see you this fall.